what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your open your heart and show your eyes change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone into that gas night. Maybe you can give your radio open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And for your love, baby, the future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny.
What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having an amazing... Oh, what am I kidding? It's Christmas anti-Eve. It's Christmas not Eve. It's the opposite of Christmas Eve. What is this called? Christmas night? That just sounds so boring. We gotta find something better to call it than Christmas night. Chat, you gotta help me. You gotta help me come up with something. I need something, chat. I need a name for this. We need some branding. So yeah, I was gonna stream tomorrow. I was gonna wait until tomorrow to stream. I guess... you're getting a Christmas present. Did I say Christmas present? Chat, I'm not President Sunday. Okay, I know everybody... I'm not a Christmas president. Not your Christmas president. I'm your Christmas... I wish I was your Christmas president, because I feel like I'd be better. I don't think I'd be a good president, but I feel like compared to Elon or Trump, and especially the fusion of Elon and Trump, which we're due for, I don't know. That's one of the possibilities, I think, in this next term coming up, right? That we might see a Elon Musk, Donald Trump fusion of some sort, which is scary, right? What would it be like? Trump fusing into Elon, or Elon fusing into Trump, or they put on the Batara earrings? I don't know, chat. Happy Hanukkah. It starts tonight. Happy Hanukkah to you too, Conrad. It's Hanukkah. That is a good name. Well, I mean, Hanukkah is not defined by Christmas, right? That's not every year. Right? Do I know how Hanukkah works? I'm pretty sure it's not based on, like, we start the night of Christmas whenever... Wait, I actually don't know. Does Hanukkah, like, is Hanukkah like a movable thing like Thanksgiving, where it's like on a certain night? But the chat, we're dealing with a whole other calendar here. I hope you know. It is always, wait, this year. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, yeah. It's not like this Christmas night is Hanukkah. So happy Hanukkah. And we're going to try to have a happy Hanukkah chat. Something kind of amazing just dropped, all right? I don't know if any of you in chat are familiar with the content creator known as What If Alt Hist. Anyone ever heard of What If Alt Hist? It's Christmas Wayne? Wait, that sounds familiar. Merry Christmas, Mr. President. That's what I always say to President Sunday. No, that's not what I say to President Sunday. Because I'm too high on Valium and Thorazine, apparently, to say much of anything. To our favorite pseudo-intellectual streamer. It works for you because you're both Jewish and Christian? Yeah, that's an interesting fusion of the holidays that you're not necessarily expecting, but it's nice to have. 12 nights of gifts. Yeah, it's, well, you know, they're not the same. Okay, it is 12 nights of gifts, but it's not as cool as it sounds, right? The gifts are different. And some of the gifts might be very practical. Here's the Christmas Grinch this year, Shaky Gurga. Oh God, chat. So yeah, I got something. I'm afraid of this next stream. That's part of why I haven't been streaming that. And I'm like, nobody's going to be around because it's holidays. But then I saw people talking in my Discord and being like, I hope she's okay. I wonder where she is. And I'm like, oh my God. I just kept on being like, okay, let's go stream. Oh wait, it's Christmas Eve. Nobody will want to stream on Christmas Eve. I think I'm wrong though. I think as many people as like don't want to stream on, they're you know, they got stuff to do on Christmas Eve. There's other people that are like, yeah, I'm with my family, but I'm trying to get away from my family. So if you would stream, that would be awesome. Christmas woke hours. Meeting Rudyard's alternate historian here. Yo, there's new stuff on the Rudyard front. That's what I'm kind of excited. That was the other reason that I made sure to just go ahead and do a stream. Also, Vamps made a thumbnail. And if Vamps makes a thumbnail, it's kind of like a prophecy. It's a prediction. You don't know when the prediction, the prophecy is going to happen, but you do know that it's going to happen because Vamps got a very good track record. If Vamps has something in the thumbnail, even if I'm not planning to talk about it or covering it, somehow it just shows up. I feel like this is a little bit spooky, a little bit scary. What if I got her to make tarot cards? Oh my God, chat. No, it really does feel like a little supernatural. And this is the time of year. Look, my favorite thing about Christmas, it's not Santa, it's not the elves, it's not the baby Jesus, all right? It's not 12 nights of sort of mid gifts either. It's my favorite thing about the holidays is the spookiness of the holidays, because I feel like somehow Christmas was built on top of a spooky pagan holiday, and that there's like trolls, there's Christmas trolls that are just hiding underneath the harmonies of so many of our Christmas songs, right? Some of the Christmas songs, they evoke a feeling not of like, hey, it's Christmas, yay, give people presents, it's Santa and Jesus, all right. No, it's not like that. It's like this creepy, spooky troll thing. It's coming to get you. You know, watch out. You know, don't go to sleep with one eye open. It's like Metallica. I need that normalcy in my life. You need the NCC TV. And apparently I need to stream. Well, I should have been streaming. I don't know. But the other thing is I was like worried I didn't have anything to stream. Like on one hand, that last stream was, yeah, I guess I'll say it. That's the biggest stream I've had. The YouTube numbers were higher than they've ever been, except for, of course, a short stream, which is another can of fish. It's another, I'm trying to think of something more festive than fish to put in the can. It's another can of something. But yeah, I'm like, there's a pressure all of a sudden of like, what do you follow up with? You don't want to follow up with something and be like, yeah, no, you just got like a small portion of that number. Like, you know, you want to follow up with something good, but at the same time, some people may be getting a little bit of Jink and Anna fatigue. And to be fair, I mean, there's videos about TYT that have come out. A lot of people are talking about TYT. A lot of more people are talking about TYT. There's stuff like that that we could watch, but as far as featuring, you know, the behaviors of Jink and Anna, I think they're on Christmas break, as is the Majority Report, as is H3. I think that stuff is all on break, and maybe it's a good time. It's a good time to do a little, what is it called when a professor is like, takes a quarter off? It's called like a, it's not just a quarter, wait. Oh my God, why can I not remember this? Why can't I remember what this is called? President Fonzie. I mean, Elon, he's doing the Fonzie pose. He really is. It's Solstice. Oh, hell yeah. Solstice is great. I don't know. I feel really good for some reason. But yeah, I was just overthinking everything. And it's just a stream when there's content, when there's stuff to talk about. And there is stuff to talk about, right? Including something that I'm a little bit afraid about talking about, and we're going to have to get to tomorrow, which is Novara Media. Oh my God, chat. I feel like I've put so many things out there. Now I gotta weave it back together. I do the weave. Hannibal Lecter, Novara Media, TYT. I do the weave. I weave it all together. We got batteries. We got sharks. We got dudes jumping up like weirdos, making X signs when they jump because they love the letter X that much. Elon, if you love that letter X so much, why don't you just marry it? Why don't you and the letter X get a room? Yeah, that would happen if Elon Musk was ever on Sesame Street. Well, first of all, it would be to close down Sesame Street. It would be to let the cast and characters of Sesame Street know that they are canceled because he has canceled the public broadcasting funding for Sesame Street. He would love to do that. He would love to be like go on Sesame Street and be like, guess it's the last Sesame Street. I'm your last guest. But if he was the, guest for Sesame Street, there would be a big problem because the letter of the day would definitely be X, and he would want to do something extracurricular with that letter, something inappropriate for children's television workshop type. Wait, isn't Sesame Street is it on Disney now or something? Am I dating myself by acting like Sesame Street's on PBS? Hiatus, there's another thing though, Opossum. It's really close to that though. You're very close. But yeah, what I'm trying to tell you is that What If Alt Hist has given us all a Christmas / Hanukkah / Festivus for the rest of us / solstice / whatever holiday you like kind of gift in the form of a self-indulgent. I almost said indulgent, which is like if you combine engorge with indulge, you get engorgent, self-engorgent. It's like not only is it self-indulgent, but he's also getting hard from it somehow. His erogenous tissue is swelling to a tumescence never before seen by the people of this area, but destined to take the place of the mud shark in your mythology. Should you get high for this? I mean, I don't know. I've got it right now set up as extra content, right? It's I've got it since that's usually what we do with Rudyard. Is that it's so bad / good that you have to pay me to watch it. That's kind of just how it works. But I sent you some TYT 10. Oh, I saw that, Natalie. Yeah, I think we'll go over that tomorrow. I think Merry XXXmas, right? It reminds me, oh my God, whenever I see XXXmas, have you ever seen that, those bad, meme Donald Duck and Goofy, and it's off-brand Disney. It's like Goofy, but instead of Goofy, his name is Gooby, and Donald is Dolan. It's like an old meme. It's like a very old meme. And in this meme, Donald Duck is a straight up predator, as are ducks in real life. But that's another story. We're not talking about duck physiology and anatomy tonight, Chad. You'll have to pay. You don't have that's more money than you can afford to pay me. That go over duck physiology and what ducks get up to, or even to watch the DuckTales. What is it called? The scientifically accurate DuckTales. Has anybody ever seen that? It's so fucked up. They redo the DuckTales song, but they sing about what ducks are like in real life. And it turns out ducks are not good. With the exception, of course, of Donald Duck, if Donald is in here. Are you hearing this? I'm sorry, the ducks in DuckTales are not good. Like Scrooge McDuck and company are not good. They're dangerous. I don't know. Like, when you get into the scientifically accurate version of DuckTales, it's not quite as good. It's not quite as nice. But wait, Donald is not in DuckTales, right? Am I right about that, or am I wrong? Chat, do I even know DuckTales? I feel like I've seen at least the first episode of the Netflix DuckTales. Wait, was it Netflix? I feel like it was Netflix. It must have been Netflix. But wait, no, Donald is there, right? At least for the first episode? Like, isn't the first episode that Donald takes the nephews and the niece to Scrooge to, like, live with him? He's like, I can't take care of these kids. Scrooge, can you be their Daddy Warbucks? Or am I mixing it up with Annie? I don't know, chat. Either way, there's the bonus content. And yes, as you'll see, it does include What If Alt hissed. Oh my god, chat, I gotta weave this all back together somehow. I've brought up so many things and not ended them. Like the XXXmas, yeah, Dolan, like, the evil version of Donald Duck from memes, like, somehow, like, he, like, hits on Goofy by telling him it's XXXmas. Because, like I said, this is a very predatory duck that we're dealing with here.
By super chatted $10. Please do sub for a minute mode. I think we're being brigaded by the gorilla, Sun Gang.
Okay. That's either a very good joke or, sub for a minute. I gotcha. Oh, wait, why would they? Listen, I don't know what you've heard, but me and Infrared Haas are really good friends. Yeah, we're you know, okay, I gotta figure out how to do this really quick. You can send subscribers for... Okay, sub per minute. I got it. You are serious. And thank you for letting me know. It's such a weird thing. It's such a weird thing. I feel like there was been so many better times for Gorilla Gang to show up here. Also, Narwhal, thank you for the warning, and thank you for the super chat. I'm just in a goofy mood of all the times. Sub for 2 hours, yeah. No, it's just like, I'm sorry, you're not relevant anymore. Like, Haas is not relevant. Like, after it was revealed that Donald Trump is not in fact a MAGA communist, there's just no point in Haas. So I just don't understand how he's even getting people to Brigade. But, I mean, either way, hi, Gorilla Gang. They must have just seen an old video or something. Like, I used to make fun of Haas a lot, but he's just not that relevant anymore. I haven't thought about Haas. It's been a good while. Like, there would have been so many better times for them to raid us. Okay, Narwhal, let me know if it needs to be more than... if you need me to up that sub per minute thing. Daffy Duck is better? Real? Oh my gosh. Well, you can't say that around Donald, or else Donald, that will upset Donald Duck. See, Donald Duck is a good duck, right? Donald Duck is not like the ducks from DuckTales. Like, what? Oh my god, wait, what? Are we having a blast from the past? I don't understand. I don't get it. Like, Haas definitely has been in my chat before. That was a long time ago. That was back when Haas was relevant. Like, I don't understand how Haas is currently alive. I thought that he would wither away and blow like chaff in the wind. I figured that would be what would happen when it was revealed that Jackson Hinkle took all his oomfies. There's just no purpose. The guy's got no purpose for living. I don't understand why he would be, but like he has been in the chat before a long, long time ago. And he came up against my I don't debate fascist rule, as he is a follower of a certain Alexander Dugin. And so that he wanted to debate me, but he didn't get to debate me, and I doubt he can afford to debate me. Has he got like, what did I say last time? I think I said $200. We gotta up the price though. But you blocked him? Wait, so for real? Oh my god. Okay, chat, I gotta be less entertained by this. It's not good for me to be this entertained. I am. I haven't thought about his two holes theory in a really long time. I think about it every time I pee out my vagina. I think about the two holes theory. That's what that motherfucker thought. That's how he thinks girls work. That's where he thinks pee comes from. Personal question, are you wearing pants? Yeah. How did you know? Good guess. I'm sorry, wait, are you looking at me? Okay, I should, anyway, we gotta get on. We're not, sorry Haas, sorry Gorilla Gang. You're only interesting for like a little while, and then, like I said, chaff in the wind. Blow away, blow away, blow away. He was in here. How did I miss him? Was he in the... No, he's not in Twitch. He was in YouTube chat. How did I miss that? Wait, if I roll it back, maybe I'll see. I think he just misses me. That's it. That's got to be it. Old times, I guess. Look, I'm gonna roll it back to see if I can see anything, and then I swear to God, we'll move on. But what I was trying to get at is that we're gonna watch. Okay, so, Dolan Duck, that guy's a perv, and B, not Donald though. Donald is okay, but Dolan, bad news. And B, what if alt hist? Self-indulgent autobiography vid. That's an option tonight. We could watch that tonight, right? In fact, I'm halfway tempted to, can I do this? I've got an idea, chat. I could make it be so there's like a quick mode to this. All right, how does this work? Set timer for 3 hours, okay. All right, let's do a skip straight to what up. Skip straight to what if alt hist video, because that's gonna take a while, right? That's a long video. It's a 2.5 hour video, so we'll either have to watch a little bit of it if we hit the sub goal sometime tonight, or we will have to watch, we'll have to skip to it, right? So I've got to think, oh God, I don't know, Chad. Is this like, I feel like I'm asking, I feel like there's more strategic ways I could set this up. Okay, let's do this. All right. 20 super chats, teal or higher, and we skipped straight to what it default hissed. Video. It's an autobiography of Rudyard, right? It's a self-indulgent, narcissistic. I don't even know what to call it. This is something special, though, for all of you What Default Hiss fans out there. See, this is the thing. Nobody's like asking me to cover. Could you cover the Infrared Haas video from 2 years ago? Nobody's asking that. They want What Default Hiss. The world moves on. They're more interested in Rudyard and his faux populism than they are in Haas's third positionism. I still don't see. I mean, I'll believe you. It's not April Fool's. It's not like there's a precedent for celebrating practical jokes on Christmas Eve or Christmas night. So it's not like, wait, where? Oh my God, I missed him. I feel like a bad host. Now you're thinking with portals. A baby hole? Oh my God. Yeah, well, he didn't know that the urethra, was, I don't know. I'm trying to imagine, like, how female biology works in the mind of Infrared Haas, but enough about junk. You're right, Joseph Winnie. You are right. You know what it must... Oh, I know. It's because I was in Top Chat. That's why I didn't see Haas. Wait, is he like shadow banned? Okay, so here's what I did. All right. We have bonus content tonight. We have the potential to watch bonus content. One of those options is What Default Hissed. One of those options is What Default Hissed. And like I said, it's a long video. So, you know, if we take a while to get to it, we'll watch 45 minutes of it. We'll watch a good portion of it. We'll watch a decent chunk, and we'll save the rest for later, like a candy bar. You know what I'm talking about? You break off a couple pieces, a couple squares of the candy bar. You eat them now. You put the rest in the freezer so that the candy bar is nice and crunchy when you get it out. You know what I'm talking about? That chocolate crunch that you get when you freeze a chocolate bar, and you just kind of have to bite into it. That's what I've got in mind. It happened at midnight. The account was just infrared. Well, I mean, I think is it infra? I don't even remember what his name is. Oh, midnight. Okay, so you're talking about like 13 minutes ago it happened. I gotcha. Okay, so let's see if we can get this party started tonight. Huh? Almost. Did he want a debate? Because that's usually what he does in my experience. He comes in here and he begs for a debate. He gets on his hands and his knees and he begs like a dog for a debate. That's what he does. Pathetic, actually. Okay, so, yeah, just to reorient us around, that which is relevant and not that which is irrelevant. Let's talk about some bonus content, right? So, once again, we've got Peter Thiel's favorite podcast. That is a video about, well, some of you might know, Dasha and, oh my God, what is the other girl's name? Dasha apparently doesn't contribute a lot to Red Scare. Like, Dasha's mainly there to laugh at... Is it Anya? I can't remember her name. I honestly can't remember. But they're Peter Thiel's favorite podcast. They're the one true astroturfed, dime square cultural enterprise. Peter Thiel likes to throw a lot of money around, see what sticks. And I don't know, did Red Scare stick? I mean, I'm sure they have an audience. I just don't feel like they're that influential. That's why I feel a little weird every time I mention them, because I'm just giving, like, even I could unintentionally give Dasha clout, and that's not what, I'm here for. She can get her clout from Succession or whatever. She can get her money from Peter Thiel. We've got What If Alt Hiss, the autobiography vid. That's right. So when I said vid, I was kind of lying to you. He has uploaded so far 2 videos. There might be a third one on its way. First video is like 2.5 hours. Second video is 2.5 hours. He's so far uploaded himself talking about his own life, his own experience for 5 hours. I feel like I've got a pretty interesting life, and yet I'm not sure I could fill 5 hours of content. And if I talk to you for 5 hours of about my life, I would feel a little bit self-indulgent, but apparently that doesn't apply to Rudyard. So he's given us that Christmas gift or that Hanukkah gift or whatever holiday the Gorilla Gang celebrates gift, right? Dugan Day, the Dugan celebration of Dugan that the Gorilla Gang indulges in between gooning sessions, right? We've got J.K. Rowling versus Brianna Wu. That is a segment that I have not covered yet. But there was an interaction between these two content creators. What do you call J.K. Rowling a content creator? Between these two turfs? I don't know. Whatever you want to say. However, whatever like connecting line you want to draw between J.K. Rowling and Brianna Wu. And then we've got Ben Shapiro, which always appears if you say Ben Shapiro's name. It appears in the closed captioning as bench appear. Oh, like bench appear and then OH. That's what it says. If you say Ben Shapiro, it never says Ben Shapiro. It always says bench appear. Oh. So if you're ever searching for me in a video talking about Ben Shapiro, that you might want to type in bench rather than Ben. You might be a little bit luckier that way. I don't know. Just saying. Ducks are like Trump. Wait, okay, so I gotta get back on track. But yeah, these are the 4 options that we've got. We are at, I think, 10% of the way there as we speak. Oh, the other thing, chat, the other thing that I was thinking about, I've never done one of these before, right? But I might try to do a Twitch subathon this week, right? And that's when I put a certain amount of time on the clock to stream, and then the stream gets longer for every like X amount of subs or something like that. I haven't really looked into it, but it sounds like it could be fun, and it could be like I would want to make it fun. It would take a little bit of planning, but I'm thinking about doing that. I think I've talked about that before, that we need to just like spend some time. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. Maybe start it after a stream tomorrow. Maybe go straight to, I don't know. I'll have to put some more thought into it. If you say Ben Shapiro 3 times in the mirror, he will show up in a clown suit for your birthday party for $50. Sonic 3 was great. Nice. What was the Sonic that had the bad trailer and then everybody was like, it's gonna suck, but then it didn't end up sucking because DJ Mule was in it, as DJ Mule played the Dr. Robotnik character. He carried that whole movie. And then they replaced him with Alec Gunter. Can you believe it? I can't believe it, chat. Look, I'm okay with having Philosophy Tube in my Star Wars, but I didn't never ask for Alec Gunter playing Dr. Robotnik. Right? I really think DJ Mule, they need to bring back DJ Mule. They really do. He insulted me physically? Okay. One wonders, but also one doesn't care. Oh yeah, Fallout New Vegas. I belong in bottom chat. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, look, Haas, I gotta say this, okay? And I'm only saying it once, but Haas is a little too interested in my physical appearance. Rudyard played Dr. Robotnik, not DJ Mule. You have no clue who the Red Scare podcasts are? And I mean, you've made good life choices, Lady Badash. That's what that tells me. I support that's what I said. I said good things about Philosophy Tube and Star Wars. Even though I know it's not very popular with a certain subset of bros. They don't like the new Star Wars. I haven't seen it yet, though, so. So anyway, these are our options. As you can see right here, Turning Point USA just happened. And wow, talk about content. Okay, so what jumps out to me here is, oh my God, Ted Cruz. Speaking of irrelevant, I feel, is Infrared Haas like the Ted Cruz of the, of like MAGA communism? You know what I mean? Like, Ted Cruz was popular amongst conservatives for a while, but then he just kind of faded away into the background. More interesting people showed up and got all the attention. I feel like that's Haas. Do you think he hates Jackson Hinkle? Do you think he's, like, got a jealousy complex with it's kind of like Jackson Hinkle showed up and, like, MAGA communism transcended its need for Infrared Haas. Right? Haas was just the warm-up act, right? He's kind of like the opening band for Jackson Hinkle. We got Rob Schneider. We got a bunch of people I don't know. We got Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz is here. Yo, Matt Gaetz. We got Glenn Beck. Now, we also have Donald Trump, of course we have Trump. Of course Trump is going to be there. We have Charlie Kirk. I already watched this. I'm almost tempted to watch it again. Jink on Charlie Kirk was hilarious. If you missed it, Charlie Kirk dunked on this man. Like, Jink was there supplicating to him, sucking up to him. Oh my gosh. What? Oh my gosh, thank you for the donation on Throne. Trump daddy for sure. Elon is the favorite uncle. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like, Elon's calling that into question. That's what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about Elon has stepped on the third rail of MAGA. And the third rail of MAGA is when you start to shine Trump. Upstage Trump, right? You're starting to upstage Trump a little bit. And look, you may have a lot of power over, Republicans in Congress, maybe even Democrats in Congress. You know, Elon, I think, looks at himself as the deciding factor in this year's election. Kamala would have won if it wasn't for Elon Musk, and so that should get him unlimited leverage. However, you can't get unlimited leverage from a narcissist like Trump. Look, if Trump is lifting in the gym, okay, and he can't push up the barbell and he asks for a spot, you got to tell him that's all you, buddy. That was all you, 100%. Even if you basically did a curl every time to get the bar to go up, right? Even if it wasn't really him doing bench press, it was you doing curls. Like you were just curling that sucker because he can't lift that. You got to tell him it's all him, and if you don't, if you say that was 75% me, you're gonna have a bad time. And so you're starting to see that. You're starting to see the agendas of Elon Musk. It's slightly different. It's slightly different. You know, it's close enough. Like it's obviously worth his while to risk, you know, a bunch of his fortune to get Trump elected, and he's gotten the return on it already. He's more than doubled his net worth since the election of Donald Trump, so that's worked out pretty well for him. Yeah, it's the battle of the narcissist. That's what we're facing. That's what we're dealing with. That's what we're going to be looking at tonight. In addition to a little bit of AOC, she showed up on the Majority Report. Some of what she said I liked. Some of what she said I didn't like that much. But we're going to take a look at that. Quote a wise man, me no get a agenda. Yeah, we better get into this while the night is still... Oh yeah, I keep on forgetting, chat. I started so late. Let's get into this while the night is still young.
Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. Joining us now, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority. Congresswoman, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
So there we go. The other thing I need to start is a oh yeah, I'm supposed to press my button. Press this button. Press this button. And the answer to the question of the night, you know, who's your daddy? It's obviously AOC. AOC is my daddy. That, and then that, and that. All right, here we go, chat. Let's get started. Oh yeah, I probably need to mention a couple of things first. So we're 10% of the way to bonus content. That bonus content could be What If Alt Hist autobiography vid. There's two ways to get that. If either it wins the dono goal, or if we somehow hit the super chat goal, right? We'll skip straight to the What If Alt Hist video. This is a special one, right? This is Rudyard talking about himself and his own fucked up life, right? You've ever wondered, why did What If Alt Hist get the way that he got? This is our answer. Haas, you should make a video like this. You should make a video explaining your sad, fucked up life. I think the chat would, we might even watch it. We might even watch, no, who am I kidding? We're not watching you, but you'd have a better chance, right? You'd be in competition with figures like What If Alt Hist and the Critical Drinker and all of those type people. What's his name? Hot Pants Andy? What's that guy's name? Andy Pants Gaming. I'm sorry, it's not Hot Pants Andy. I think of him as Hot Pants Andy, but that's, you know. I only call him that in private, okay? That's how that works. So, yeah, we gotta get into this. If we get from 10% where we're at right now in the dono goal to 100%, then we'll watch some kind of alternate history video, potentially. Although right now it looks like J.K. Rowling versus Brianna Wu is at 43%. So yeah, 40 of you have voted, which means some of you have not voted. Go ahead and vote over on YouTube. Make your voice heard. Even if you're watching me on Twitch, feel free to head over to nocommentchick on YouTube. And you can vote. You can make your voice heard. We got Peter Thiel's favorite podcast. Obviously, Red Scare is what I'm talking about. A video detailing Red Scare. We got What If Alt Hist autobiography video. Yes, that's him talking about himself and his life and why he is the way that he is. So if you've ever wondered why he's fucked up like this, you know, that might be interesting to you. We got J.K. Rowling getting in a little row with Brianna Wu. It's now at 45%. That one's winning. And we got Ben Shapiro reviews Wicked down at 17%. So yeah, J.K. Rowling's versus Brianna Wu is in first place. Peter Thiel's favorite podcast, Red Scare, is in second place. What If Alt Hist autobiography vid and Shapiro tied for last place. That's a little bit surprising. Maybe people here don't know about What If Alt Hist. Okay, well, I'll let you figure it out. I'll let you figure it out for yourself. But that's what we're doing. Remember, when you donate, you can also affect the poll. You do so by letting me know in the chat after you donate which topic you would like to see as the bonus content, like which of these topics is appealing to you. And I'll actually turn your donation by some kind of magical Christmas magical transmutation, right? I know the troll magic from the pagan trolls that are actually the real reason for the season, right? The real Norwegian reason for the season is trolls, and they're vile magic by which I'm able to turn your donation into a buff, into a bonus, into something that will add to the score of your favorite topic. So if you don't think that Peter Thiel's favorite podcast is getting enough love, you can change that by letting me know when you donate which of these topics you want me to put your money behind, and I'll do that. I will turn it into a buff. The buffs go right here, and they add to the percentage of the poll. That goes whether you are doing a super chat, a super sticker, if you're gifting memberships, if you're getting yourself a membership, if you are contributing to my throne, as someone just did, and thank you for that, by the way, or you are signing up for my Patreon, or you're supporting me over on Twitch. Any of that stuff counts as a donation, and you have the right to let me know in chat which of these topics you want. And if I'm missing it, you have the right to at me or something, or get one of the mods to yell at me. And hopefully I'll pay attention and put your money where your mouth is and add it to the topic of your choice, and you'll get the kind of content that you want to get. If you're the kind of person, on the other hand, who you believe in democracy, right? You're such a fan of democracy that even in this poll, you need democracy to win. You want the vote to be sacrosanct. You can say Vox Populi, and what that does is debuffs everything, right? So any buffs that people have put on, the Vox Populi takes those buffs off of everything, right? So you're kind of turning it back over to the voters. So that's another option as well. And of course, if you want me to play a video game, we've got Fallout New Vegas on there, which I do need to get back to. But for now, I believe it is time to engage the Phasers on full blast. My chum. Oh my gosh, Narwhal by Nature. 87 for Rudyard? You just crushed it. Your comment didn't go through on Throne. Yeah, it didn't show up as a... But yeah, 87 for... Damn. That is 87. So, like, thank you for helping me to show how this works. And possibly winning the poll for Rudyard. So that is... We're up to 97% on the dono goal. And Rudyard's got 87 extra percent. That's going to be pretty hard to overcome. It's not impossible if you've got a topic that you'd rather boost. Yeah, it's going to need a boost at this point because I don't know if anything else is going to match 87%. Wait, that would be 97, wouldn't it? That would be 97. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, that's where we're at right now. Being a troll is hard work. I know it because I just trolled the fuck out of Haas. And he's feeling the burn right now. He wants me to make another video about him. And I'm just like, wasn't one enough? You fucking creep. Wasn't one video about you enough? What is wrong with you? Anyway, we'll find out. We'll find out at some point. Let's take a look at what Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland have got for us. They interviewed AOC, and like I said, AOC's been making moves lately. I have not loved every single one of those moves. But that being said, I'm interested in what she's got to say. So let's take a look.
Majority Report joining us now, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Congresswoman, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
So I'm going to start off with let's talk about what's going on, obviously, right now. At any moment, you could be called to the floor for a vote. And there's some indication of what it may be. They're now talking about splitting it up into 3 different bills. But just give us your sense of what's going on here, because it feels like 5 days ago, nobody predicted there'd be an issue with this.
We were totally fine. Democrats and Republicans had come to a compromise, CR, just government funding bill. And it's actually funny. It kind of came down to literally maybe like a 3-hour window where the schedule in the House, there was 2 vote series.
So, chat, I believe this happened on Friday, this conversation. Yeah, 5 days ago. Wait. When did this happen? Was it Thursday? Okay, now I'm like legitimately December 20th. Oh, this was Friday. Yeah, I was correct at first. Wow. Okay. So as you've noticed, I've taken a little holiday break, but I think it's over now. We'll be streaming on normal hours, including tomorrow. I'll do a special Thursday show since I missed a few. But yeah, so this happened on Friday. Wednesday was the day that everyone expected the bill that was agreed upon, the compromise bill, to be passed. And then Elon Musk started tweeting. And he kept tweeting. And he kept tweeting. And he kept tweeting. And all the Republicans got very scared that they were gonna lose their seat to Elon Musk. Because that's the offer that he started with, was like, I will support your primary opponent. I will kick you out of your seat. I will use my huge amount of money to make sure that you never win another election. So he got their attention. He got them to listen, and they pulled out. They decided they would not vote for the bill. That was Plan A. So Plan A went by the wayside. Then Plan B, I believe, was another version of the bill. Also got voted down. Elon was not behind it. On Friday, Plan C came together, and I think that's the one that finally passed. The only difference is it doesn't have a lift of the debt ceiling. It doesn't lift the debt ceiling. So that debt ceiling is still in place, meaning that Donald Trump cannot do something like, let's say, tax cuts for the wealthy that he intends to get through without, paying for it. So that's where he's at now. Also, some other things that Elon Musk doesn't like were in that bill. There was something, well, I mean, AOC, I think we'll get into it, right? It was something regarding China, and that was going to get in the way of Elon's plans.
Supposed to vote at 1:30 and then again vote at 4:30. And so they were going to put this government spending bill that everyone had agreed to on. There's some talk about putting it through at 1:30. Mike Johnson says, you know what, let's just do it at 4. And in that 3-hour window, Elon Musk tweeted.
Yeah, I agree, Narwhal. Pulling out rarely works.
And it died. And then you have Trump threatening, and basically Trump threatened to primary any Republican that voted for a clean CR. And then Elon tweeted that he was threatening to primary anyone that voted for the compromise CR. And Republicans are in this moment where they don't know who their daddy is right now. And so they are.
And that's the question to any Republicans in my chat. Who is your daddy? Like, if you could only have one daddy, would you make your daddy Elon or would you make your daddy Trump? Who is your daddy?
Are just running around like chickens with their head cut off. And so we're literally in this holding pattern because of this. And it's like this.
Who is your MAGA daddy?
That is just shut down the government literally out of nowhere because of a tweet. It's actually insane. Like, it's actually insane.
I was a product of divorce, so I can understand what happens when mommy and daddy fight and you don't know which side to land on. But putting that aside for a moment, one question I have that does not feel like it's going to be addressed whatsoever is the $20 billion for the IRS. Mm-hmm. This was in the last budget. It was a clawback by the Republicans. But if it's a continuing resolution, it could happen again, sort of as just sort of like, I guess, inertia. What is anybody talking about that at all?
Well, I think that this is the core problem that they're in right now, which is that, of course, they need Democratic votes to pass this thing. This conference cannot keep themselves together. And so they keep trying to, but they can't. They're too much at war with themselves. And so it is something that is a priority for us. And it's not something that I think has been left aside or forgotten. This is going to be a big battle, though. And it's not going to be the last time we see this come up.
Right.
Because the Trump tax cuts are expiring next year. And this is actually what this fight is actually all about. This is why Elon is involved in this right now.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is chat actually talking about critically thinking veteran? I'm so confused. Chat, it feels like a blast from the past. Is there some kind of the ghost of Christmas past? Is that what I'm dealing with, chat? Do I have to deal with the ghost of Christmas past? We got Infrared Haas. We got Confederate thinking veteran, Confederate trolling veteran. What the fuck is his name? Confederate television. Yeah, I think it's Confederate television. What's next? Are we gonna be dealing with Dylan Burns?
Tweeting this out of nowhere. He's not coming at this out of nowhere. They are trying to lift the debt limit now because reauthorizing the Trump tax cuts next year are going to explode our federal debt. It's going to explode our deficit again. And they don't.
So that's where I suspect that Donald Trump's agenda and Elon's agenda differ slightly, right? Elon doesn't need a lift in the, he probably supports those tax cuts, but he's more willing, it seems like, to risk a potential shutdown than Trump is.
Want to lift the debt limit then to do that. They want to lift it now. That's why
that'll draw too much attention to what their tax cuts are doing. And
so it would have been nice if they could have gotten the debt limit lifted now that way it won't be associated, is what Sam is saying, with the tax cuts for the wealthy.
If they split it up, it's less of a story
And
at that
that's
time.
why Elon's getting involved. His net worth has, I believe it's almost doubled since the election. Or it's like, this is what was kind of being discussed a little bit among Democratic talkers. Like they're talking about changes to Elon's net worth since the election. He is trying to further explode his net worth. And he is trying to leverage everything from income from federal contracts to, reducing his own personal expenditures and reducing his taxes. And this is something that we are, this is what this is about for him. Trump has a different set of priorities for himself. He's trying to, line his own pockets and figure out his own political preservation in this moment. And sometimes those things are aligned and sometimes they're not. And I think right now we're in one of those friction points.
It's sort of the definition of an oligarchy, where even
It
though
is an
these guys
oligarchy.
aren't
It's a
these,
plutocracy.
I mean, even though Trump's not even in office yet, his like billionaire
Mob
daddy,
enforcer, basically.
is like controlling whether the government will stay open or not. But let's leave this for a moment, because this is an ongoing story. We're going to find out maybe how this is resolved, at least for the next like 3 weeks or 2 months. We'll find that out in a moment. But I want to turn to what's been going on this week in terms of your attempt to chair the government oversight committee. And my daughter had a question that sort of dovetails into this, so I told her I would ask this question. She wants to know, and I think sort of these two questions sort of address that whole dynamic. One is if you feel abandoned by the Democratic Party, and how so, if you do. But also, she wants to know, how do you grapple with having to appeal to multiple different ideological groups?
Oh, I get it. Okay, I finally tracked down why people are, because I mentioned critical drinker earlier. Yeah, and it sounds like critically thinking veteran. But again, blast from the past, Omega Lol, completely irrelevant. Somehow more irrelevant than Haas even.
In the Democratic Party in your constituency?
Yeah, well, two really good questions. The first one is that I don't really feel abandoned by the Democratic Party, because my primary relationship that I care about the most is mass movements and mass movement politics. And part of my job and my role exists forever in this tension point between mass movements and everyday people and the establishment of the Democratic Party. And so that is always, like, as long as I exist as a person, I am going to be in this waypoint between these two forces. And what I'm always trying to do is open the windows of possibility for people in the Democratic Party. And so I don't
Oh, Simon Pierre, thank you so much for the super chat.
feel abandoned, because my job is not to try to gain personal acceptance. My job is to try to build power for the working class. And so I feel like you have to know when to select your battles and when to force the question. And I ran to win. I always run to win. I don't pick fights that I think are losing from the jump, even if they are long shots. But I also felt like this was a win-win situation. And I felt like it was win-win because you win it in a literal sense. We're able to wield this seat. And I think I genuinely ran because I thought it was what was best for the party. And I think it was what was best for the country. And I think it was what was best for people. And that's why I did it. But I also think that it is clarifying. And sometimes when you force this question, it allows us to take measurements about where we are at. and not in a binary perspective, not just in a binary perspective either. It's not just that we won or that we lost, but even in losing, I don't think anybody in the party thought that it would be this close at the start. This is a race among, by definition, Democratic insiders, only among other members of Congress. And this is typically an environment where people like us get crushed. And the fact that it was this close, the fact that some of the most, established and powerful elements of the party had to mobilize to make, to make this result, happen, that we, people were hot on their heels, I think is a very good sign for us. And so that's the first question, which leads to the second question, right, is that in order for us to win, we need to win along several dimensions. And we need to know.
So she's, if anybody's confused, like she's talking about the race that she was running for in terms of House leadership, not the presidential race from November.
Know how to bring people together and cleave people together in kind of different dimensions in addition to an ideological one. If it's forever just progressives versus the establishment, and that's the only frame, then we are outnumbered. But if we can take that, preserve it, we're not abandoning it, but you add generational dimensions, you add class dimensions, you add some of these other things. This is an exercise in coalition building while preserving the integrity of our positions. And I think this was one of our first big swings at it. And I think as far as that goes, there was a lot of really interesting successes in that. This was not.
So by that you mean if we were to look at the votes that you got maybe on the steering committee, and if we were to look at the votes that you got on the floor, we would see you could have obviously progressives voted for you, but then maybe there are younger people who have a different idea of what partisanship looks like. I mean, I think that is a big part of the generational changes. And there may be also some people who run to the progressive positions on economics, but maybe not on immigration, or maybe not on, Pickett, essentially. Or, I mean, because frankly, there are votes that I know that my daughter and I have talked about, and that we've talked about here, that you've taken that we're not excited about, to say the least, the anti-Semitism one in the most recent.
So, yeah, if anybody thinks that Sam is just going to sit here and fawn over AOC, no. He just brought up a look at I caught Emma looking like she's literally doing a side eye. No, this is there's been some votes made by AOC that a lot of people are not super thrilled with. Other people say this is strategic, and she is playing the game, and she's trying to become some sort of a force within the party. And to do that, she needs to. I mean, there's always these votes in, mainly in the House, where if something isn't gonna win, where there's like a cost to voting your conscience. And I think the image that most people had of AOC, going into the House, was somebody that was gonna always vote their conscience, even if it wasn't convenient. The question here is, what's changed to get AOC to vote in such a way that even God, I mean, we're talking about a bill that codifies anti-Semitism as not being anti-Semitism. It is to incorporate being against settler colonialism in Israel as being one, qualifying as anti-Semitism, right? So you can see why people are not excited about the vote. Is Sam kind of understating it? he's being a little bit diplomatic still, but at the same time, like, this is a question that is fairly pointed for AOC to answer, and that a lot of people, this is the source of a lot of people's consternation with AOC right now.
But
Mhm.
this is part, or you tell me, is this part of like the idea of there are certain battles where you think are maybe less consequential in the long term that you will sacrifice to build these coalitions for the long term?
I think that we are presently in a moment where we have to be really ruthless about what battles we pick, and we cannot pick all of them. And I think we have to be realistic about the political moment that we are in. There are moments where we have the juice to be bullish, and then there are moments where we need to like really strengthen foundationally and preserve.
So look, while I appreciate what she's obviously saying, which is that I think what she's trying to say is, if the vote is going to either pass or not pass, regardless of your vote, you can get some kind of leverage for sort of wheeling and dealing and saying, I will vote with you on this issue in order to, I don't know. I mean, like it's just like it's a complicated game, and I don't tend to understand it as somebody who's totally an outsider when it comes to legislative politics. There's there's a lot of machinations that go on, but saying all that, with all that caveat, this is an issue where you got to say whether you're on the right side of history or not. This isn't just, oh gosh, there was this great bill that we were going to pass. It was going to do all these good things, and well, I really wanted to vote for it, but it turned out it wasn't going to win, so I voted no in order to get some concessions from other people on other things, right? This is going to be looked back at as a moment in which the United States enabled a genocide, and the people that fought tooth and nail against that are going to be the only people that history remembers well. So, yeah, the frustration is real.
It was a tough year for us. And it's not just about big money. It's about, like, organizationally on the left, we are in a challenging time. Just everything that has gone on over the last year, there's a genocide that is happening, and this is rightfully been a focus of so much organizing, and it's also caused a lot of not just internal I think questioning, assessment, how we do things on the left, but it's also been a moment where we've had tons of dark money, not just, yes, APAC, also crypto, also Wall Street, all these folks that are constantly waiting to pick us off. And so, I think that.
So she's talking about the members of the squad who did not win their election, and in many cases, yeah, because of either APAC money or dark money or crypto money or whatever. And so she's acknowledged, which is a lot more than most people in the House will do, that there is currently a genocide going on. I think that maybe even at first she was kind of slow to acknowledge that. But yeah, she's kind of found herself sitting on a really strange fence of acknowledging the genocide, but still, voting in a way that's it's just not going to make sense, right? Whatever you're perceiving on the inside, whatever kind of wheeling and dealing you think you've got to do to get the best results you can, it's not going to be understood by people that support you and believe in you and want you to do the right thing. And it's definitely not going to be understood looking back on it from history.
For this purpose, when we make sure that we fight, like, to me, fight like hell on the material things, like I vote consistently on withholding weapons, offensive, withholding funding for offensive weapons. When it comes to some of like the finer, second and third degree connections on condemning anti-Semitism, if IHRA came explicitly to the floor, I would not vote to ratify it. But I think that we need to be very strategic. We cannot swing at every single pitch because we have to build. And so I do think, for example, internally, one of my big cases about in gaining support, and what is interesting is that the support that we got in this.
Kiwi Bro 69 asks, what is the right side of history? Very simply stating, standing up against genocide. Now she's talking now about voting, against, funding for military aid to Israel, and that is one aspect of that. However, other votes that she's taken,
it was not,
like I said, she's straddling a very strange fence right now.
Like the progressive,
and I don't think there's a lot of people that understand. She's on Majority Report. Understand, right? That AOC is on Majority Report specifically to speak to a part of her constituency, and I don't mean in New York, although yeah, they are also centered in New York, but a part of her constituency that she's let down, that a lot of people are disappointed in her. And so she's trying to make her best case for like, hey, I know you don't understand or like some of the things that I did. Here's why I did it. Here are some other things that I am doing that proactively, just to in some way stand against what's happening. I'm also she's acknowledging it to this audience. I mean, like, she's there for a reason, right? And that is to talk to, that is to talk to that part of her base. And going forward, we're going to be talking about in a national sense, because AOC, she's already run for oversight committee. She did not succeed there. She kind of played down the expectations in, that of being able to win something like that. But going forward, she is going to be looked at as one of the only contenders. Like, you got to understand, presidential candidates don't just stand up and raise their hand and say, I'd like to run for president. May I please? Right? You've got to get a certain amount of attention, and especially in this attention economy, in this algorithmic driven news environment, you've got to be someone who knows how to get people's attention. And AOC, for better and for worse, has done exactly that. So she's definitely made some powerful enemies. She's inspired a lot of people, but she's also let a lot of people down. And so, I would suspect that she comes to the Majority Report not just because she's like, oh, I love Sam and Emma, right? They're two of my favorite broadcasters. No, she's coming here with an agenda. She's coming here to talk to potentially you, to talk to the Majority Report audience and make the case for still believing in her, despite the fact that she's taken some votes, like I said, that are stinky.
The Hispanic caucus, which were the two caucuses that endorsed me in this fight. We had swing district Democrats that supported me in this. We had New Dems, which is a
Pat Ryan, I think, was one of the most successful the swing, sort of the purple districts, as it were. And he, I think, spoke
on your behalf, right?
Yes. Yeah. And he outran Kamala Harris by the largest margin of any House Democrat. And so one of the things that the case that I was making to the caucus is that I can message on an economically populist message. And that is my intention. Of course, we are going to fight on civil rights. We're going to fight on human dignity. We're not going to let Democrats abandon our trans community. We're not going to allow Democrats to try to run skittish on on civil and human.
Okay, so like, look, I usually don't, during this segment, I don't talk like too much to chat, but I want to ask right now, Shorts chat, one in chat. If you are a Republican, if you are MAGA, but you are here because you find AOC hot, AOC does a little something for you that maybe you don't want to admit, but you can admit now by saying one in chat. One in chat if you're a right winger who thirsts secretly for AOC. I promise I won't tell anyone. That's why I'm not making it an actual poll. I'm making it like a one in chat poll.
Rights issues. But
Do we have some right-wing gooners in chat? I suspect we do.
the selling
I put AOC in the title for a reason, so.
point, the most alluring point to bring the party together and to bring them over, we have to make a case of persuasion, which is that there is no other place where we are seeing promise to win back the working class, to win back Latinos, to win back young people than right here. And the message that we can send as a party that has been really kind of cemented in this election by Trump, that Democrats are the party of the elite, which bore out in an electorate in terms of what got hemorrhaged. That the way that we counter that is a populist economic message, which in a progressive frame has the benefit of a multiracial democracy, and that is attenuated with that.
Right. And part of why, I was excited about the prospect of you winning that position to be a top Democrat on oversight was because of the fact that you could communicate that kind of thing with a really large megaphone. And I think part of maybe I saw what you did with your followers after the election, some of the voters who voted for you and Trump. Mm-hmm. And, Trump's style of tweeting or truthing or whatever, he's lying all the time, but it at least simulates a level of responsiveness to the public. Yes. So my question is just like, do you think that the Democrats' message on Trump's threat to democracy was undercut by the fact that an overwhelming number of Americans thought that Biden was too old to run for a second term, and yet there was no real primary process anyway? So like, I guess in other words, do you think that the Democrats need to build back more trust and legitimacy with their base, democratic legitimacy, by showing more responsiveness?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a big part of what our case was as well. I think it's interesting because a lot of people kind of talk about the gerontocracy of the Democratic Party and the way.
This is a rough one for her to go into. She was just beaten by a strapping young lad of 75 years old. What was the guy's name again? Connolly. Yeah, Connolly. So, like, yeah, anything she says from here out is going to be seen in that sort of a context. But we do have an issue with gerontocracy, not just with the Democratic Party either. You had, at the outset of this last presidential election, you had two octogenarians running against each other, one of whom could not string together two sentences, and the other of whom could not shut up about Hannibal Lecter. Neither of whom I would say has demonstrated good cognitive health. And, that's from the fact of what I said before. It takes star power to run for president. Part of Kamala's difficulty in jumping in there and being the candidate in place of Biden was the fact that she didn't have that kind of gravitas. Even as Biden, and Biden doesn't have that much like Biden was a guy that nobody was really excited about. The only reason that Biden became president was because the Obama and Clinton cohort of the party, in other words, the institutional establishment of the Democratic Party, could not stomach the idea of Bernie Sanders getting the nomination. Right? Both as a refutation of the Hillary Clinton campaign, which a lot of people still say that if Bernie had run in 2016 instead of Hillary, that Bernie would have actually won. And, in the sense of having somebody who is too far to the left to satisfy the donors. The donors that they're pursuing are people like Mark Cuban, who definitely don't want a left progressive economic agenda be put forward by the Democrats. It's people that are they're anti-Trump, they're wealthy, but they want a very Republican style of economic policy that cuts their taxes, doesn't hit them with too many regulations. Obviously, Mark Cuban, no fan of Lena Khan, etc. So um, that's why Biden became president, because they needed somebody to coalesce behind, to all agree upon, all the shitty liberal candidates, the Pete Buttigieg's and um, the Amy Klobuchar's and whoever the hell else was running in that campaign. Oh yeah, Kamala for a hot second. To drop out at the same time and endorse Biden and ensure that he took the nomination and not Bernie. That's the reason that Biden was there in the first place. And that, like, in the face of everything going to hell under the Trump administration, both in the terms of his handling of the pandemic, his reaction to civil disorder, things were way too chaotic. And so you bring somebody like Biden, who has been vice president, who some of whom remember him fondly from the memes where Biden was supposed to be a simple but lovable character that's like Obama's buddy, right? That's Biden is kind of a placeholder, and he did some good things during his term, and he did some things that were totally predictable, including his policy on Israel, Gaza. Totally predictable. If you look at who Biden has been, if you look at who he is if you look at what he said, going back to like the 80s, right? He he's a believer in Israel as a political pawn for the United States. And so he wants to support that political pawn as the foothold of American foreign policy in the Middle East. But yeah, Biden is there, and he sort of overstayed his welcome because why did he overstay his welcome? Because he was able to, yeah. Because if you're the incumbent in the Democratic Party has such an advantage, even if you're not the incumbent, even if you're Hillary Clinton in 2016, and you're the candidate with the most establishment buzz about them, you are a very hard candidate to beat. And so once Biden had that incumbency, all it took was for him to decide, hey, I'm not just going to be the placeholder candidate that hands it over. I don't, obviously he didn't have a lot of faith in Kamala Harris. He kind of hid her. He kind of kept her in the background. Another reason that she didn't have the gravitas that she would have needed to win the campaign. And it was still building her image. There were still people confused when they showed up on the day of the election. One of the most popular searches in Google was, is Biden not running? Or, something of that, like people surprised to go to their poll and not see Joseph Robinette Biden as an option. So you can tell that she didn't even get out the word that she was the candidate, let alone build a lot of people's image of her to that kind of status where she can fight on an even playing field.
Way that a lot of these decisions are decided by seniority, and all of those things are true. But what is also attenuated with that is the fact that it is really hard for a lot of, I think, Democrats to wrap their head around the current media environment that we are in. And there's still like this really big attachment to the idea that CNN, MSNBC, the op-ed, pages of the New York Times are where swing voters are and where everyday people are. And as we saw from the election, people who, if you ascribe to that kind of a media diet, you are overwhelmingly supporting Democrats. But there has, for a very long, and this was actually part of what part of what I was trying to offer the party is also part of what I think had cut against me in this race, which is that there's this idea that having this, not among all Democrats, but I think among more of the old guard, that having that kind of resonance and responsiveness is gauche and lowbrow and unsophisticated. And it's attention seeking. Like the fact that a person has attention means that they are attention seeking, as opposed to the fact that they are.
You can see Emma's reaction to this. Yeah, this is what dooms the Democratic Party in elections like this. The old guard, the establishment Democrats, they're losers. They've been losers for a long time, and they've had control of this party for way too long. And that's why we see the gerontocracy. Now, I'm not super hung up about people's ages. Obviously, you've got people that are still as sharp as, as sharp as they were when they were young, like Bernie Sanders. And then you got people like Trump and Biden who are a little off, to say the least, right? So it's not for me about the age as much as it is about the, ability to do the tasks of politics, right? Biden could not run for president because he was unable to communicate. When he tried to communicate, it came out, we finally defeated Medicare, right? He's trying to say we finally defeated COVID, which is questionable, to say the least. And instead it comes out, we've defeated Medicare. He gets mixed up about what he's even talking about, right? And then Trump, he does the weave. It's, like he's even got branding for his excuse for not making sense when he goes on for 3-hour tirades about anything from Hannibal Lecter to the dick size of professional golfers to, whatever.
Talking to people. And so I feel okay.
I just wish we got one clip of Trump talking about YMCA and saying the author of the song came out. He said the song's not gay. It's not about anything gay. There's nothing gay about the YMCA, folks. You go out there, you have a good meal, you can do whatever you feel. It's like, I don't know. I want that clip. I need that clip.
Because at the end of the day, I'm going to keep doing that. I am going to continue to do that. I wanted to do it at behest of not just like the party for the sake of the party, but because we are on the precipice of a fascist administration coming in.
Right. And your level of partisanship would have been a benefit, right? I mean, it's also about acting partisan with the Republicans and not exceptionalizing MAGA and Trump and saying Trump is the Republicans and the Republicans are Trump.
Right. And so, but I don't think that window has necessarily passed.
Well, time's sort of on your side on some level in this dynamic, right? I mean, we're seeing that develop. I don't know why it develops more quickly on the Republican side, and maybe that's just because they have
a seniority system.
They don't have a seniority system, and they don't even.
Well, I mean, like they did have a seniority system, hence McCain being their candidate in 2008, but that it got disrupted. The Republican Party got disrupted by Trump. And you either had people like Ted Cruz, losers like Ted Cruz, get their ass kicked by Trump, get made fun of him, Trump just absolutely dunk on them, show zero respect for them, and then Ted Cruz comes crawling back. Oh, yes, Mr. Trump, I support you. I support the MAGA agenda. Even though I called you all kinds of shit before, you have that kind of Democrat. And then you have Liz Cheney. What happened to Liz Cheney? She became a person without a constituency, right? So whereas Kamala perceived Liz Cheney by looking into the past and saying, well, Dick Cheney, but now the Cheneys are a political dynasty. Dick Cheney was vice president. Certainly there must be some Republicans from the old guard that are tired of this Trump bullshit and they want their party back. And it's like, I don't know. I think that train has left already. I think she's looking at the night sky assuming that the stars in the sky represent the actual placement of celestial bodies, when some of those stars, like Liz Cheney, had burned out years ago. And even though she held a seat in the legislature, even though she's from a political dynasty, she's not relevant. She's about as irrelevant as Infrared Haas. And there's no constituency. She doesn't even have a guerrilla gang to go in and harass other streamers into debates like Infrared Haas does. There's just nothing. She's dried up. I don't know how else to put it. And for Kamala Harris to put in her lot with the likes of Dick Cheney, Liz Cheney, and even from what I've heard, she was angling for the endorsement of George W. Bush. It's pathetic.
But even in the context of their media, like they developed, talk radio first. They and they've put a lot more money into the online stuff.
Oh, also Omega Star, thank you for the membership. Omega Star says AOC, Emma, and Sam are awesome. Max left. Yes, Max left is best.
And there's an investment there, and they don't seem as reluctant to do that. And just lastly, because I know you got to go, but part of this dynamic of the way that young people are getting their media now, it seems to me, is that what we've seen with Gaza and what's happening with Israel is akin, in my mind, to what happened with the Vietnam War, when we saw for the first time reporters were actually involved in the war. And for people who had more skin in the game, insofar as like I could get drafted or my kids could get drafted, that really changed the politics in a way that I don't think the upper echelon or the old guard, as it were, of whatever was happening at that time in this country understood. And I feel like that same dynamic is happening now. If you're under the age of 40, what's gone on in Israel is in Palestine and Gaza in particular, obviously, and the West Bank.
I'll just tell you what Sam is talking about if you're not a regular viewer of the Majority Report. He's talking about the parallels between 2024 and 1968, which might sound kind of wild, especially if you don't know what the 1968 presidential election was. It would have been an election between Richard Nixon and Lyndon Baines Johnson had it not been for the unpopularity of the Vietnam War. The Tet Offensive happened, as the primary was happening. And, you went from having one challenger who looked fairly strong because of the unpopularity of the Vietnam War, especially with the Democratic Party's constituency, to, having Bobby Kennedy Sr., not RFK, but the real RFK was in that election too. That it all came to a head at the convention in Chicago, just like, this year's convention was in Chicago. So there's parallels. They might not be super clear, but basically it's a parallel between Biden's policy in Gaza being repugnant in the same way that the Vietnam War became repugnant. The difference that Sam's pointing out is that instead of just sending money to Vietnam in order to aid the puppet government that the United States had set up there, they were sending their kids. They were sending their kids, and so you had a little bit more investment. You also had a much messier situation. There were protesters at the Democratic convention in Chicago. Hassan actually got kicked out of the DNC, got his sort of place revoked by virtue of talking to those activists when he was there. But it never came to a head in the way that the 1968 Democratic convention. Look it up if you want to. It's a straight up cops cracking kids over the heads with batons. This is the Chicago police from back in the day. They're kind of known for this sort of thing, and they were not gonna. In fact, the celebrities that showed up for the protest were taken to court and accused of fomenting a riot. I think they were. This is called the Chicago 7. I think they were eventually found innocent. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of parallels between 1968 and 2024, including, I guess, the eventual outcome, including the fact that the sitting president, the incumbent, did not end up running. Very different reasons for Biden not running than for LBJ not running, and the replacement candidate was not ultimately compelling. But I don't know if we actually watched a podcast about this recently.
Bank for that matter,
Yeah.
is very different from your perception if you're over the age of 40 because of where you get your media.
I have said this directly to Democratic.
Yeah, another difference is that a lot of Americans have tuned out what's going on in Gaza in a way that Americans in 1968 could not tune out from Vietnam. Vietnam dominated the news in a way that like Sam said, if you're under 40, you might be more invested in this issue than if you're over 40. You might not be seeing coverage of this issue. Anything can sort of take its place in the news cycle. So
leadership, I've communicated this to the White House, that this is our Vietnam. This is our, not just like in terms of the party, but this is just our country's Vietnam. And what I think a lot of people do not yet understand is they think that some of these hemorrhages are maybe ideological. They think maybe it is like
I actually would say that it's more impactful than Vietnam in the context of the United States standing as a part of the world. The difference between the Vietnam War and the United States' continued support for Israel and its continued genocide against the Palestinian people is that whereas you might have a lot of voters, of people, especially young people, that are, were not supportive of the Vietnam War, the United States is losing the world. The United States is losing any kind of claim that it has, not just as a responsible country, but as a country with any sense of morality. In some ways, it's like South Africa, but maybe even more so than with South Africa.
an ethnic thing. I don't think there is appreciation yet about how generationally radicalizing this moment is, and how shocked people are at how far just like the general inertia is willing to go, as if we're not seeing what's happening right before our very eyes. I mean, we are now at the point where, in where I exist, me calling this a genocide, going to the House floor, delivering a speech saying that the administration is aiding and abetting this is so far beyond the fringe, so far beyond the pale. This is also part of what this dynamic was in this vote too. It came up let's just to call a spade, that was also an element in this fight. But I think that it is important that we lay these markers down again generationally, because people see what is happening, and we need to have some sort of legitimacy if we seek to reinstate an order around human rights and actual care for democracy. And that is the benefit of being of trying to be consistent. And so when I see these losses, they're not devastating to me, because I think they are important waypoints for us to see. It's not just a loss. Again, in the context of the Democratic caucus, in the context of a 3-term member of Congress running to become a ranking member of a committee against, someone that has decades of experience here, to gain that waterline of 84 Democrats in an internal fight it is something that people were taken aback by. And we will see, what do we do with that? I don't know. But it is a chip that we have. And we'll have to see other people we can elevate and support and see how all of these things interact.
So yeah, it's clear that the establishment Democrats do not like AOC. They do not want AOC in a position of like the oversight committee. But at the end of the day, they might be forced to accept AOC by the fact that, like she says, she's able to get attention. They might be forced to accept AOC as a presidential candidate. And at this point, you got to say, yeah, as a somewhat flawed presidential candidate, as a candidate that's made some choices and taken some votes that a lot of the people who supported her initially are not thrilled with, but a lot better than a Pete Buttigieg. Let me see, Gavin Newsom, JD Pritzker, Pete Buttigieg. There's not a lot of good choices as far as, and the Democrats don't have a backbench. They pulled Kamala out of the hat, right, when they had to replace Biden.
At the end of the day, it's something that I think was a net gain for all of us to be able to engage in.
Yeah, I suspect that 130 on the other side or so were surprised, and they're, I don't know if put on notice is the right way of putting it, but they're aware that maybe there's something they might be missing. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
And good luck with whatever you end up having to vote
or
on today.
against.
Yeah, but pathetic that 130 members of the Democratic caucus end up saying that the future is this 75-year-old establishment NPC Connolly and not AOC. They could have made a very different choice there, and they did not. So let's take a look deeper into what went on this last week with the debt ceiling, again, which was about to pass on Wednesday, but got stopped in its tracks by a tweet storm from Elon Musk. And the question we're asking here
but now there are freaking communists.
Is what does the daylight between Musk and Trump look like now? What is the power dynamic between Musk and Trump? What are the agendas of Musk and Trump? AOC alluded to this, but let's get deeper into this.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy.
Oh God, I forgot this, Talia. Yeah, the guy that won, he's got I don't know what to say.
Now, democracynow.org. War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman. We begin today's show with the stopgap legislation passed Friday by the Republican-controlled House that averted a government shutdown and also rejected a last-minute demand for a debt limit suspension from President-elect Donald Trump and his billionaire advisor Elon Musk, who many are calling President Musk. Biden signed the measure Saturday morning, funding for pediatric cancer research that was cut from the final bill.
President Cringe.
Was passed in the Senate as a separate measure after outrage over the move. The spending bill will keep federal funding at current levels through mid-March and provides $100 billion in disaster aid and $10 billion in assistance to farmers. It came after the original spending bill, based on Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson's deal with Democrats, was rejected when Trump's billionaire advisor Elon Musk objected to it. Musk, the world's richest man, warned on his platform X that any lawmaker who supported the spending bill, quote, deserves to be voted out in 2 years. And he said he would fund.
Okay, so yeah, huge red flag here, right? You're looking at somebody whose wealth is based on essentially payments from the government based on taking over functions of the government. And now he's going to have this huge amount of influence in the government.
But now there are freaking communists invading.
And not just as like this guy's got the ear of the president, right? Which would be enough in and of itself. No, this guy, if you do anything to piss him off, he will primary your ass. And him being able to double his fortune after the candidate that he donated to got elected just gives him more, it gives more plausibility, right? So, you know, you might say, Irene, certainly the men and women of the House of the representatives in the House, right? They know that he can't primary them all. Okay, sure. But it's just that uncertainty of who can he primary. And, you know, with his fortune being able to double based on political events, I don't know if this is that far out of reach, right? He is overextending himself. Like, he's not just talking about, you know, wanting to affect races in the United States government. He's in talks with the Reform Party over in the UK, an extreme right-wing party over there, to try to help them attain control of their government. And it's not as far off as it seems, even though the results overall of the UK election put Labour solidly in control of the government. There was a lot more votes than people expected going to Reform. So you got that on the horizon too. Elon may be the proverbial bull in the china shop of capitalism, in that he may show directly how much control capitalists and billionaires have over world governments. And if that becomes too obvious, he may also be the subject of the ire of the masses who are already not happy with capitalism's impact on, let's say the medical industry, right? When you're getting your claims denied, you're not able to get the care that you're paying your insurance company for, that's I don't think that ire, I don't think that frustration is limited only to medical. So we'll see how it develops.
And the primarying of those Congress members. After the House voted to avert the government shutdown, Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson said he thought...
You can tell how rich he is by his ability to be so cringe. No one else would get away with this. No one else would get away with this.
Both Trump
but in a lot of ways, he is the emperor with no clothes, and nobody's going to point out the amorphous, gelatinous shape of his body that seems more... He seems more spam than human at times, right? They're not going to point out that the emperor is naked.
And Musk were happy with it.
They're not going to point out that his fucking car's autopilot doesn't work and is getting people killed, potentially, allegedly.
I was in constant contact with President Trump throughout this process. Spoke with him most recently about 45 minutes ago. He knew exactly what we were doing and why, and this is a good outcome for the country. I think he certainly is happy about this outcome as well. Elon Musk and I talked within about an hour ago, and we talked about the extraordinary challenges of this job. And I said, hey, you want to be Speaker of the House? I don't know. He said, this may be the hardest job in the world. I think it is. But we're going to get through this.
Well,
Joe says Luigi would destroy Elon in a debate. Yeah. And apparently you can run from prison.
Meanwhile, in a speech at the conservative group Turning Point USA's conference called America First, President-elect Trump tried to joke about how Musk had flexed his political power.
No, he's not taking the presidency. I like having smart people. You know, they're on a new kick. Russia, Ukraine, all the different hoaxes. And the new one is President.
You're unwittingly revealing how you meme away scandals.
Trump has ceded the presidency to Elon Musk.
Anything that's inconvenient for you, you just make fun of.
No, no, that's not happening.
The truth of the matter is the guy that came to power promising to drain the swamp has proven himself to be and continues to prove himself to be the most corrupt man in the history of United States politics.
But Elon's done an amazing job.
And at some point, the reality check is going to bounce, and it's going to bounce hard.
Isn't it nice to have smart people that we can rely on?
President-elect Trump was
acknowledging himself to not be smart, I suppose. I don't know.
Turning point in their conference, America Fest. For more, we're joined by Robert Kuttner, co-founder and co-editor of The American Prospect. He has been following this story very closely. His recent piece, How Musk Outmaneuvered Trump, his latest book, Going Big, FDR's Legacy, Biden's New Deal, and the Struggle to Save Democracy. Robert Kuttner, welcome back to Democracy Now! So why do you think Musk outmaneuvered Trump here? And talk about what was passed.
So if you go back to last Tuesday.
Chat, is this loud enough for everybody? Do I need to turn this up? The problem is when I turn it up this way. All right. I'm going to have to do it this way. Is it so it's a little quiet, right? Is it a little quiet? Look, I'm not going to begrudge, Amy Goodman some problems with audio levels. But I feel like it's probably a little too quiet. Am I right? A little quiet on the video. Let's it's not that bad. Okay, well, we'll turn it up slightly. Let's just go in here and enable this gain filter, turn it down to, I don't know, what, 5.5 decibels sounds? Tell me if this is better.
Johnson and the Democrats had agreed on a bill to continue funding the government, and it had about 100 other bipartisan provisions in it, including, and this was the one that was most important to Musk, a provision that had been negotiated by Senator Cornyn of Texas, a Republican, and Senator Casey of Pennsylvania, a Democrat, to limit high-tech investments in China for national security purposes. Now, it just happens that Elon Musk has Tesla factories in China and is planning AI in China. And a ban on high-tech exports would have really messed with his whole business strategy centered on China. It was at that point that Musk begins this Twitter storm of more than 100 tweets warning that this bill is too expensive, that it's outrageous, that it contains, a 40% pay raise for Congress, and a whole bunch of things that just weren't true. This was all a smokescreen to get Congress to kill the bill because it had this China provision that would have cost Musk a lot of money. So about 12 hours after that, Trump, who had been silent about the bill, clamors on board and says, there's a terrible bill and you need to change it so that it includes a provision waiving the temporary debt ceiling. Well, by Thursday, the bill was dead.
So you see like the difference between Trump's agenda and Elon's agenda? In general, Trump is pretty negative about China. Trump has started a trade war with China, which we're still suffering the consequences of. He's threatened to reignite that with tariffs. Like, he's talked about doing tariffs on countries that represent 45% of the trade with the United States. Now, if you don't think that's going to raise prices, I've got some swampland to sell you in Florida.
They had to negotiate a whole new bill.
Now they're a freaking
and at the end of the day, Congress wanted to go home for Christmas. And so it passes overwhelmingly. But in the meantime, 38 Republicans had refused to get on board with this waiver of the debt ceiling. The Democrats were never going to give Trump that kind of leverage.
Because it
So the
was
Democrats
so
were never
peaceful
going
up
to
here,
vote
but
for a
now
waiver
there
of the
are
debt ceiling.
freaking
Trump must have
communist
known
invading
that.
radicals.
End of the day, Musk got exactly what he wanted. The China provision was stripped from the bill. Trump did not get what he wanted. The waiver was not included in the bill. And so it's a classic case of
So even if there's not a formal divide between Trump and Musk at this point, even if there have not been harsh words exchanged, which I would be a little surprised if that hadn't happened, at least there wasn't at least some tension between the two. You do see Musk kind of fucking things up for Trump, and that is not going to go unnoticed.
Musk rolling Trump. And so there are a couple of questions here. Is Trump aware of this? Is he whistling past the graveyard, as that comment suggested? He's not stupid. He may be evil, but he's not stupid. And he must know that Trump, that Musk took him to the cleaners on this, and that this is going to happen going forward, right? I mean, Trump is supposed to be some kind of a China hawk. So
I also want to point out
freaking communist invading radicals.
that usually when the government and big business fuse together in some sort of way, it's not a good thing. It's really not a good thing. Now, sometimes that ends up with the capitalists being taken for a ride, the capitalists being, finding themselves under the control of an authoritarian figure. And, well, sometimes it seems like the tail, like in this situation, the tail may be wagging the dog.
there are going to be all kinds of conflicts between what Trump wants to do and what's good for Musk's business interest. And these are both narcissistic guys. I argue that there's room for only one scorpion in this bottle, and that at some point, Musk is going to overplay his hand and Trump is going to get sick of him. The other point I want to make is that the media, the mainstream media, completely missed this story. The mainstream media has played this as, is Johnson in trouble? And why the bipartisanship didn't work.
So the mainstream media, I think they're scared, honestly. I think that they're very cautious about any story that's going to be disliked by Trump after the lawsuit against ABC, the lawsuit against the pollster in Iowa, and his willingness to essentially exercise vengeance on his enemies, real or perceived. I think a lot of the media is gun shy about Trump, and so they're not covering that very obvious angle. Instead, they're covering, is there daylight between Speaker Mike Johnson and Donald Trump, whereas they should be covering, is there daylight between Elon Musk and Trump? More interesting question.
That portends.
Remember, Mike Johnson is just a puppet. Mike Johnson is not, he's not an independent power.
Going forward, and not a single mainstream media outlet, with the exception of a kind of minor reference by E.J. Dionne and a very nice discussion of it by Heather Cox Richardson. The mainstream media did not touch this story at all. Politico had another characteristically stupid piece this morning on this is all about whether Trump can control Johnson. That's not what it's all about at all. A deal that included...
They are scared and they are fairly useless. I would say at this point, legacy media is all but useless. And the only place you're going to get the actual story from is going to be independent media like Democracy Now! So, we're watching this on Democracy Now! I would be remiss if I didn't encourage you to go over there and give them a follow, because they're a great news source. And if you're willing to expand the horizons of your media diet, I think that Democracy Now! is a great addition to that.
A waiver of the debt ceiling was never in the cards. There were never the votes for that. There were 38 fiscally conservative Republicans who weren't going to vote for it. The Democrats were never going to vote for it. And by the way, the threat to primary those Republicans, most of those are in very, very safe seats. So again, Musk is going.
So the safer a seat is, the more dangerous it is in a primary, especially a primary against a candidate who's able to out MAGA you, if you're perceived now, this is the question though. This is the question that I ask in the title of the stream. Who is MAGA's daddy? Who's the real power behind it, right? Is it Musk or is it Trump? Because I've been like, I don't know, a few years, like in 4 years ago, I would have said easily Trump, and most of the time, that's the obvious answer to the question. MAGA is Trump. Trump is MAGA. It's about Trump, right? I'm not sure if that's the way it is anymore. I'm not sure if the tail is not wagging the dog at this point.
Going to demonstrate that this particular threat is just idle bluster. And the other interesting thing here is...
Wait, idle bluster? I'm not sure about that. See, here's the thing. Like when he says a safe district, he means they're not going to lose it to a Democrat. They're not going to, it's a very red district. That's what he means by a safe district. But the more red your district is, the more that somebody saying that you're with the swamp or you're a rhino or you're anti, right? The easier it is to get a candidate to come and primary you on the right. They're not as safe as they look. And remember, primaries work in most states. Only the people registered for that party are allowed to vote for the primary candidate. That means that it is a vote amongst Republicans. It is not a vote amongst all the constituents in that state.
But now there are freaking communist invading
Actually, this puts a
radicals.
little bit of spine in the Republican caucus in the House and the Senate. They're willing to eat a lot of crow for Trump, but at some point, even the spineless Republicans in the House and Senate get sick of being treated as nothing but rubber stamps.
So, Robert Kuttner, talk about Democratic House leader, the leader of the minority, Hakeem Jeffries, allegedly discussing permanently abolishing the debt ceiling. Can you talk about the significance of this discussion? And because it's just referred to as the debt ceiling or eliminating it, explain exactly what it is.
Okay. So in the early 20th century, legislation was passed requiring Congress to explicitly pass a law increasing the permissible amount of the
Omega Star, thank you for the $5 super sticker.
National debt. Up until then, Congress could pass whatever it wanted to. And if Congress passed deficit funding and that temporarily increased the national debt, that was just the way it was. It was assumed that because Congress had voted to increase the deficit and that temporarily increased the national debt, that took care of it. And then during World War I, they decided, when the government was borrowing a lot of money to prosecute the war, they decided, no, there ought to be a separate vote extending the debt ceiling. And for a long time, this was just pro forma. And then beginning in the 80s and 90s, Republicans used this as a cudgel to threaten a government shutdown if Democrats would not cut particular spending programs.
So essentially the 80s and 90s are around the time that the United States left the post-New Deal, Keynesian consensus, right? If you look at a Republican president like Eisenhower, you'll see that his policies still had a very high tax rate on the upper bracket, on the highest bracket of income. Still had a tax rate that looks insanely high by comparison to nowadays, right? That all changed with Reagan and to maybe a lesser extent Carter. So it wasn't just a Republican move to the right politically. Remember, the difference between Keynesian economics is Keynesian economics looks at the workers as the economic engine of the country and says that we will keep our country more stable. We will be less likely to have, some kind of a communist revolution, which, was more of a possibility in the 30s and 40s. If we do policies that put money in the pocket of the working class, and they will go out and they will spend it because they're working class, right? You put money in the pocket of a working class person, it gets put back into the economy. You put money in the pocket of a upper class person, it's more likely to sit around. It's more likely to not be put back into the economy. So This was a consensus that was formed between the parties from, I don't know, the 40s until, let's say, the late 70s. At that point, you start to see the entrance of neoliberalism, which says the workers have got it too good. And we're going to do things like, I don't know, cut inflation on the backs of the workers. We're going to solve the stagflation problem essentially by reducing wages. And if you look at a chart of wages between the 40s and the 70s, you would see that when production, you know what production is, Chad? It's what you do for your boss. It's the value that you contribute as a worker, right? Your presence on your job has the effect of contributing a certain amount of money into your boss, to your company, that you don't see all of it. But in the past, from the 40s to 70s, when your production went up, so did your wages. There's always that exploitation. There's always that, you're always producing more money for your boss than you're getting paid. That's just That's literally how capitalism works. I would show you the equation, but it would bore you. But there was a correlation, let's just say, between how much productivity an average worker, how much value an average worker added to their company, and the wage of the average worker. In the right around the late 70s, early 80s, we see the productivity to continue to go up, and the real wage, inflation adjusted, flatten. And that's from a new consensus, a neoliberal consensus between Republicans and Democrats.
And for about 40 years, the ritual of, are we going to fall off a cliff and shut down the government, or are they going to some kind of compromise and extend the debt ceiling? That has been a part of American fiscal politics. So at various points, various Democrats and various Republicans have said, this is silly. This is a distraction. Let's get rid of it. And when the Democrats have wanted to get rid of it, the Republicans have said, oh, no, we're not going to give up that leverage, and vice versa. So in this context, when Trump is about to become president and Musk is talking.
So, strangely, the shoe's on the other foot. When the Democrats are in charge, they want to get rid of the debt ceiling.
Now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Now that the Republicans are going to be fully in charge, the Democrats do not want to make it easier for Trump to do his tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, which is probably his first priority. So that's what Elon's tweet storm lost, right? That was in the original deal that they were going to sign on Wednesday. Elon Musk comes out and tweets, bitches about how long the bill is. It has too many pages. Complains about a pay raise, which I think was about 2.3%. The irony of the pay raise is that if you want Congress to act on your behalf, you're better off paying them more. How does this work? Well, so when the salary of a member of the House or the Senate is low, the only people who can run for that office are wealthy people that already have enough money to just coast on, right? Whereas when they're being paid a wage that's competitive with industry, then you're going to have the ability for people that are not upper class to take part in the governance, which is does not seem to happen that much. So, that's in there too. It was actually going to be a 2.3% rise. Elon Musk lied about it, said it was going to be 40%. But regardless, he scuttled the deal, right? So plan A scuttled, plan B scuttled, plan C, no debt limit lift. The goodies that were for Trump, right? The Christmas stocking, Trump's Christmas stocking was empty. Elon's Christmas stocking was full. He got what he wanted out of the deal. Trump lost what he wanted from Elon's tweet storm. That's why we're talking about, the daylight between the Trump agenda, what Trump wants, what Trump needs, and what Elon wants and what Elon needs, and the fact that he's bought not just a candidate, but an entire party. And if you listen to him, maybe the whole country, right? He's talking about supporting primary or supporting. He's talking about dumping his money into races against Democrats to get them to do what he wants to. So, yeah, it's a strange new world that we're entering into, and we really got to ask ourselves, who is the power behind the new presidency, the new administration? Because this fight makes it look more like it's Elon Musk rather than Donald Trump.
About cutting
Anyway,
$2 billion worth of social programs. There aren't even $2 billion, trillion dollars worth of social programs. Tactically, this is not the moment for the Democrats to give this up. So I think Jeffries sort of talked about this as some part of some kind of grand bargain in the future, but not in this particular moment.
Can you talk about what the Republicans cut out in the House? I mean, this astounding, $190 million for pediatric cancer.
So now the words grand bargain, it sounds kind of blasé, but it should scare you. Because what a grand bargain is the government raiding the Social Security Trust Fund. The government going after programs like Medicare and Medicaid to claw back money from them. The reason that this is so bad is because that's your money. That's money that the Social Security gets, the money that you end up withdrawing from Social Security is the money that you put into Social Security through your lifetime as a worker. Now that level is capped. So in other words, it's only the first, 200,000, 105. It's capped at a certain level. So you're actually paying a larger percentage of your income into Social Security than a wealthy person would. The real way to fix the instability that comes from a larger baby boom generation and a smaller millennial, Gen X, the people that are going to be working now and the people that are retiring, right? There's more, retirees, right? The way to fix that, that does not take money out of your pocket is to lift the cap. I hate to break it to you, but nobody's interested in doing that. That's a very unpopular view. A lot more popular is to privatize Social Security to a certain extent and to reduce the amount of payout and maybe increase the retirement age. So in other words, cause people who to get less money out of Social Security than what they've put in. So that's what they're looking at doing. They're looking at raiding your piggy bank for retirement to pay for tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires. And this is proposals like this have been put forward by both Democrats and Republicans. This is where I say the entire United States political system is to the right of the American people, and particularly the vast majority of American people who comprise the working class, the people who work for a living, right? It's very beneficial if we privatize Social Security or privatize part of Social Security, for financial interests to be able to divert some of that retirement money into their own coffers. So yeah, I mean, this is bad. This is really when they're talking about a grand bargain. Obama tried to do a grand bargain. Obama was willing to wheel and deal with the Republican Party. Luckily for us, though, the Republican Party was so worried about Obama being seen as a transformational candidate with a positive legacy that they literally would not take the W that Obama tried to hand them. But yeah, whether there'll be some kind of a Social Security reform, in other words, a pillaging of the piggy bank that is yours and my retirement. It's anyone's question. A lot of what we're seeing points to yes.
Research, and then what the Senate did to fix that. But what exactly this means?
Well, there were about 100 provisions, bipartisan provisions, that had been painstakingly negotiated in good faith across the aisle by Republicans and Democrats that were part of the budget deal that Musk succeeded in killing. The Senate managed to restore, I think, 4 of them. They restored some farm relief. They restored some disaster aid. They restored some funding for pediatric.
So when we're talking about farmer relief, we're talking about the relief from Trump's tariff policies.
Cancer research, and I think there was one other relief measure. But the other 96 were on the cutting room floor. And those included, a very small token raise for Congress. I think cost of living raise of 2.5%. Musk, in his Twitter storm, described this as a 40% raise. And there were lots of other good pieces of legislation, the most important of which was this China provision that, people concerned with national security exports of militarily sensitive technologies to China have been trying to get for a long time. This is bipartisan. And that and all these other provisions were just left out of the bill because the final bill was what's called a continuing resolution. Let's just fund the government at the same level until the middle of March. And then the Senate did succeed in restoring.
So in other words, it's kicking the can down to March.
These 3 or 4 provisions.
And I also wanted to ask.
The Senate is currently under the control of the Democrats. Come January 20th, or actually maybe even a little earlier than that. Come January, the Senate will be under the control of the Republicans, as will be the House, as will be the White House, and obviously the judicial branch is already a 6-3 majority.
You about Elon Musk and his.
You're going to have a situation in which the Republicans control all branches of government, which means that they cannot blame anyone else.
Interests here. I mean, if he wields this much power and people talk about, well, he's not even elected, he doesn't want to be elected because he would have to abide by some conflict of interest laws. You've got him holding over $15 billion in federal contracts through SpaceX, Tesla, Neuralink.
And this is what I'm talking about conflict of interest.
Companies. Talk about the significant.
Somebody like Elon Musk being as influential in terms of government expenditures as he is, means that he will be, a big part of deciding what his companies get paid.
Of this and how he benefits by what he pushes for.
Well, the really interesting thing is, if you can imagine Musk playing this game at Trump's expense one time too often, and then you say to yourself, okay, going forward, can Trump, like he's done with so many other people, simply say, you're fired? Or does Musk have too much?
That's the question that I've got to ask, right? If there's ever a conflict between Trump and Musk, who loses from that conflict? Who gets custody of the children of MAGA? And I don't think the answer is clear. I mean, I would guess Trump. Depending on how it happens, it probably really depends on how it happens and how they're able to spin the narrative.
Leverage over Trump, or conversely,
if Elon can characterize it as Trump letting MAGA down, letting his constituency down, then maybe he's the daddy. If Trump can somehow paint, they're going to both try to paint each other as rhinos. They're going to both try to paint each other as corrupt, and whoever wins out of that in that struggle will be the one with the power. Either Trump will just bow down and kiss the ring of Elon Musk and work to affect his agenda, or Trump will be able to say fuck off, and then a lot of Elon's businesses might suffer from that.
Does Trump have a lot of leverage over Musk? So if Musk became Trump's enemy, that could do a lot of damage to Trump. On the other hand, Musk is dependent on all these government contracts. NASA has basically been outsourced to Musk, right? He makes a ton of money on all of these rocket launches through his company, SpaceX. He also controls a lot of battlefield satellite technology on which the Pentagon is dependent. And that cuts both ways. A lot of people at the Pentagon think this is terrible, they want to come up with some other vendors so they're not so totally dependent on Musk, who sometimes has his own foreign policy. I mean, Ukraine battlefield communications were dependent on Starlink. And Musk started saying, well, I don't like the fact that you're doing this inside Russia, so maybe I'm not going to let you use Starlink. So not only does he have his own independent fiscal policy, he's got his own independent foreign policy. So if you play this forward, at some point, Trump decides that, wait a minute, this guy has too much power. He's upstaging me. He's promoting some things that are at odds with my own agenda. And then Musk can say, well, look, I got 6 different ways I can screw you. And I was looking back at history. I could not find another single case in the entire annals of world history where another leader who had dictatorial ambitions put somebody who he didn't control in such a position of power. So I don't think this is going to end well. And how exactly it ends will be fascinating to watch. And there's useful collateral damage here, which, as I said a moment ago, is that Republicans in Congress, both the House and the Senate, are getting a little bit weary of this too. You don't threaten.
Ugly says nobody that Trump hires lasts long. Yeah, I mean, there is a track record.
38 members of the Republican House.
In fact, we'll be looking at some of those people, right? We'll be looking at one person who Trump tried to get for AG and who turned out to have an unfortunate little incident with a 17-year-old that made him not the right man for the moment, I guess. And we'll talk about another person who was in the Trump administration version 1.0 and then got kind of pushed outmaneuvered by people like Steve Bannon,
who have the safest Republican seats without getting some
fucking cringe lord, though. Look at this guy.
And you don't appoint a clown car to key cabinet offices without getting some kind of backlash, even from Republican senators. So
do you think that if Trump publicly slapped Elon Musk, you know how they say, like, he said he could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and not lose any votes? Do you think he could smack Elon Musk across the face? I don't know.
Bob Kuttner, I want to go to my last question because we have to wrap in a minute. And that is the article you just wrote for American Prospect, headlined, How AARP Shills for United Healthcare, in which you ask, why does the supposed advocate for the elderly steer them to the industry's worst insurer?
So, yeah, AARP is used to advocate for retired people. Yeah, it's the American Association of American Retired People is what it stands for. They're very much captured these days, and yeah, steering them towards healthcare that's really good at denying people's claims. The best in the industry at denying people's claims.
In this last minute, lay out what you found.
Well, it's a very simple answer. They get $1 billion a year in kickbacks from United. And if they were doing their job, they would do some research on 7 or 8 different insurers, and they would say, here are the pros and cons of this one and that one. But the only insurance company that they are co-branded with is United Healthcare, and they get about $250 million a year in dues. They get 4 times that in kickbacks from United. Some people might say this is a sham nonprofit. It's really an insurance marketing scheme disguised as an organization for the elderly, and I'm going to be following up on that.
Well, Bob Kuttner, I want to thank you so much for being with us. Robert Kuttner is co-founder and co-editor of the American Prospect. We'll link to your piece, How Musk Outmaneuvered Trump. He's also a professor at Brandeis University. Democracy Now!
All right, so yeah, go follow Democracy Now! If you're not already. We're going to switch over to a little bit of content. I don't have a whole bunch of time tonight because we do need to watch. It looks like we're going to be watching the new What If Alt Hist video, or at least part of it. But I want to at least touch on what happened at Turning Point USA. We saw this interaction between Charlie Kirk and Cenk Uygur, this pathetic surrender of TYT to MAGA at live at Turning Point USA. That's right here. So, as much as I'd like to revisit that, we don't have time right now. But I wanted to touch on two people that I mentioned in terms of friend of the VOD, Sebastian Gorka, who seems to be missing from the set of some James Bond movie. He's basically a Bond villain. Where is Gorka? Where is Gorka? Oh, there's fucking Lauren Boebert. There's so many cringe lords here, but we have only got so much time. I need Gorka. There he is, Sebastian Gorka. Greetings, I am Sebastian Gorka.
Greetings, patriots. Has anybody reminded you what happens exactly 30 days from now?
So, Sebastian Gorka is a British man with Hungarian roots whose father may have been in an organization called the Vitezi Rend, which is essentially a holdover from fascist Hungary. And he was seen at one point, you know, with a pen identifying himself as a member of this group. He denies it. But yeah, quite the controversial guy, quite the sinister guy. And yeah, like I said, talks just like a Bond villain.
Buckle up. Buckle up.
Buckle up, Buttercup. The era of the pajama boy is over. It is now the hour of the alpha males.
30 days from today, my former and future boss will raise his hand, will put his other hand on the Bible, and he will become not only the 45th, but the 47th President of the United States. That's the good news. Let's talk about the bad news. Let's go back in time to earlier this summer. Roll tape.
That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
That was America.
Let me see if I can clout chase off of an assassination attempt by a Republican.
That was President Trump. I want to use that.
Really unfortunate for President Trump, considering this guy had apparently been looking up the speaking events of various candidates, both on the right and on the left, and it turns out that Trump was the one that was coming closest to where he was. So
that video to just remind us of what we face and the greatest virtue that makes all other virtues possible. But first,
what, firearms? The fact that this kid had access to firearms, is that the virtue?
Can I analyze what happened that day? Let's put up the...
I will tell you what happened that day, Mr. Gorka. The call, it seems, was coming from inside the house. We assumed that this must be some liberal activist, radicalized by the communist rhetoric of Joseph Biden and the mainstream media, the communist media. But it turned out that no, it turns out he was a Republican debate lord.
The image that is now part of history. This image. Let's just keep that image up there. That image of the president raising his fist, showing his chest with his head held high, should literally have been physically impossible. Why? In the UK, where I grew up, we call bodyguards.
Careful, Sebastian. You might feed into some conspiracy theories. A lot of people have weird ideas about this particular incident.
The personal security detail members, bullet catchers. Your job, if your principal is attacked, is to...
The bullet comes through, and the bodyguards, the security detail, they catch the bullet with a pair of chopsticks.
Literally cover them with your body and to catch the bullets.
With your mouth, of course.
Who's going to catch...
Between your teeth, they catch the bullets.
Catch the bullets here. Of a second.
Oh, is this the DEI argument? There's too many women in the Secret Service, apparently.
Shooter. Nobody. Why? Because President Trump was a lion. He took control from that.
And he mined those clips.
Moment where he said, "Hang on, guys, stop! I want to put my shoes back on."
Yeah, because he's not used to people seeing him without his lifts, right? He's literally afraid that people are going to think he's short if he doesn't have his shoes on, because those shoes are artificially making him look taller. This fucking first narcissist of the nation.
To the moment where he took...
Kind of pathetic, putting everyone's life at risk because he's got to get his shoes on.
Control.
And took control and fucking farmed that clip.
Of the Secret Service. And said, "Stop!" and raised his fist.
Hey, he's used to manhandling the Secret Service from what I've heard.
And said, "Fight, fight, fight." That is a lion. And that is the American way.
Now that may be a lion, but even a lion is no match for the Dragon of Budapest. The Tezzy Rend! Yo, this guy is secretly, like, that's my headcanon of Sebastian Gorka, is that he's always secretly trying to take over the United States with Hungarian nationalism.
What have we witnessed for the last 4 years? America betrayed. America betrayed by establishment politicians, by the lunatic left, by those who... Look, I've said this on my radio show for almost 6 years now.
He's got a radio show.
We should delete...
We should sometimes watch that radio show.
R behind your name. Or the letter D behind Democrats. Why? Because the only thing that matters, the only thing that divides us today is whether you love America or hate it. End of story. This
enemies of the nation
man will die for America. He loves it so much. How do I know this? There's a lot of arguments about when did he really win.
I mean, look, there's no like the fact he says this man will die for America. It's not inconceivable. In fact, it's quite likely that he will not serve out his 4 years. But that has a lot to do with his physical condition, and a lot less to do with right-wing debate lords taking pot shots at him, failures, rejects from the riflery club of their school, failing to take a shot that they questionable how he was able to make in the first place, to get into position for in the first place.
Election. When was the moment of the ultimate comeback? Some people say the Georgia mugshot. Hey, Fannie Willis, how you doing today? Some say it was the garbage truck. Oh my gosh. I mean,
No, it was clearly the McDonald's French fries. Duh.
Genius. And then the high-vis vest. Hey, it's slimming, so I'm going to wear it for the whole speech. Some say Butler.
Ring, 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 ring.
Do you know what for me was the moment when I knew President Trump had it, that he's going to win?
May
I speak to Mr.
It happened in
Chapo,
McDonald's.
Yeah, well, you're speaking to the Chapo Trap House. You're on air right now.
Right, I rang up the number.
But a very special moment. And don't get me wrong, I could not do what...
Oh my God, what the fuck?
Oh, by the way, can we hear it for that?
Because I'm very upset, and I'd like to telephonically bully you for a couple of minutes.
Wait, Sebastian, are you calling from the White House?
Please, yeah, I can't disclose the location where I am, but yes, I will put it this way. I am dressed in a sort of felt blue tourist, come this way, don't touch that sort of uniform. And I'm here with the president's special counsel of whatever it is.
Sebastian, why are you calling? I mean, I know we discussed you on last week's show.
Because I think what you've been saying about me has been just absolutely atrocious. Just an absolute violation of human rights. And I think if you're going to talk about someone that way, and not even get into my origin story, and not even give me the right of response, or the right, of just a minor genocidal act or something, I think that, in truth, you are being terrorists. You are being terrorists of the internet, and I don't think it's fair. Why wouldn't you have just come down to the White House instead of suggesting that I have Gorka girls? Gorka girls. Really, that's character assassination. And I think if you're going to do that, if you're going to play this game, then sooner or later I'm going to catch up to you, Mr. Traphouse, and there will be a drone strike.
I didn't know we were invited to the White House. I mean, we're certainly happy to air your grievances on the show.
There's a standing rhetorical invitation to the White House. Come on, why don't you just pop on down to the White House and say that Sebastian sent you? Why would you want to assassinate my character? Why would you want to have my character drive through Dealey Plaza without any cover on his limousine and then take a shot from one side when it really came from the other, instead of simply talking about what happened? Pull up a chair at the White House, have it to you. Do you prefer the English breakfast tea? Earl Grey? Lemon ginger? There's a number of teas here. I'm looking at the little tea caddy here at the White House. Let's not say where I am, but just pop on down. Look, hop on a trolley and come down to the White House. I'll put you on the register. Let's take a look at my physical paper calendar here and see. Thursday next. Would Thursday next be a good day for you to pop down to the White House, would you say?
Commander Gorka, first of all, thank you for your service. Second of all, we don't like to pop on down to the White House.
Voice has changed, and I'm no stranger to that either. Sometimes I'm out of nowhere that will suddenly be pronounced like Moonraker. My father was a Moonraker, and that's part of my origin story. It's important that we could have cleared that up. We easily could have cleared that up if you merely would come down to the White House like a friendly chap, try to climb the fence, then halfway up, see what happens.
We usually like to work out beef on the pod. Like, we don't like to, go places. We invite our...
If you're looking to work out beef, then why don't you bring it down? I've got some tight back muscles. You can massage me like a Kobe cow. Hop on to the White House. Do you have the address? Let me look it up real quick. Why don't you come down? Play some backgammon with me on the back porch of the White House. Chit-chat it out and say, hey, there's no way you'll possibly win, Mr. Chaphouse. I'm good at that kind of thing. Why don't you have a nice, faux-friendly chat with the supervillain down at the White House? All right, I've got to run. Let me take a look. I've got to run. I think I've got an appointment here. Let me pull up my auxiliary calendar. Yes, any moment now we're due to vilify the Persian people as an ethnicity on MSNBC.
So Gorka was kind of like Trump's guy to do media hits in the beginning of the first Trump administration. This is like almost 2 months into the the first administration, 2017. And, he's still talking as a member of the cabinet. Now, he did not stay in the cabinet, as we'll find out later. He may have been outplayed by Steve Bannon. And they got rid of him. There was a conflict of interest. Like people are saying, these people, they come in, they work for Trump. They are in no way qualified. They've got all kinds of red flags in the background, like Sebastian Gorka does with his Hungarian far-right connections, but they're still, confirmed, and then they end up leaving for whatever reason.
I've got to go, but I'm synchronizing my watch if you synchronize yours. Z30, and I'll meet you Zurich time Meeting you really promptly anytime you can. Come on down and don't be such a bloody cocksucker about it. Come see me at the White House and let's see if you survive that day, Mr. Chapper. Walker out.
So obviously that's impersonator James Adomian, amazing comedian, and he would go on to call into Chapo for, I believe, 4 cold opens before recording several menacing videos dressed up as Gorka, and finally, finishing out his performance, confronting the Chapo boys live on stage in one of their live events. So, yeah, we love Gorka. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time, so we're gonna have to go right to Matt Gaetz. Speaking of people who have left us too soon, before he could even be Trump's corrupt attorney general, Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz was swept away by his own scandal.
You were all in the United States Senate.
Hi.
Wait, I wish you were all in the United States Senate? Oh, God, because he wanted to... Yeah. The Senate won't vote for him. He's got the applause. He's like, look, MAGA loves me. Why can't I get the senators to vote for me?
I wanted quite badly to be your next attorney general and to be nominated.
But I wanted more badly. Apparently, he wanted more badly to have inappropriate relations, allegedly, with a 17-year with I believe more than one 17-year-old.
President Trump for that position was indeed the honor
of party with some girl named Molly.
My professional life. And I view it greatly as a validation of the choice that the voters in Northwest Florida made over and over again to send me to fight for them.
He's like, why can't I be the attorney general?
But some things don't go according to plan. Matter of fact,
just like your facial surgery. Oh my God. Oh my God. Can we get, let me see if I can find this, right? When he showed up at the Republican National Committee, the Republican National Convention, he had some kind of a facelift that lifted his eyebrows and made him look somehow more evil. Speaking of supervillains,
one of my
Republicans
said to me as I had been nominated, Matt, if you leave the Republican conference in the House of Representatives and go to the Department of Justice, we actually think you can improve the quality of both institutions. But I saw the writing on the wall and that my nomination would cause a delay of the important work that we see ahead. And that is because there remain anti-Trump forces within the Republican Congress and the United States Senate. And President Trump needs an attorney general on day one. And I just assumed when I withdrew my nomination, looking at everyone else who had been attorney general,
what do you think?
That I would be replaced by someone less attractive. But instead we got Pam Bondi, who is brilliant and lovely, who is talented and courageous, who is creative and bold. Pam Bondi will be a phenomenal attorney general for President Trump. She has my support and all of ours, and we're going to do everything to see that the mission is accomplished. But the DOJ must change. It must end weaponization of our government. It must facilitate rather than frustrate the largest deportation in American history. It must stop the unlawful surveillance of our fellow Americans. And it must punish the companies involved.
So the great thing about watching this on, what is this called? Right Side Broadcasting Network, is that you get these little advertisements up here in the corner. Now, when we were watching the Cenk Uygur bit, it was kind of genius. They have an ad for MyPillow where they're selling the MyPillow for $14.88. A really weirdly specific number, a weirdly specific price that just happens to correspond to a Nazi dog whistle. But I'm sure that was just purely coincidental. That being said, right when Cenk is talking about the importance of free speech, the 1488 pillow comes up, and I mean, here they're hawking gold. I mean, this is the thing. people know that Trump voters are suckers. They're suckers for Trump. They're electing somebody who is, instead of bringing the prices down, has pledged to raise tariffs in order to bring the prices up. Whose administration likely will not benefit working people in any sort of material way. So they're ripe for gold scams. They're ripe to have ivermectin sold to them. These are the kind of products that get hawked in the RSBN, corner advertisement window. And I'm here for it.
In the transport, manufacturing, and distribution of fentanyl. And most importantly, on day one...
Is that a drug that he indulges in? I don't know. He said he was into the Molly. He said, he was into this and that.
The Department of Justice has to be...
Does he buy that stuff on Venmo too?
...ready to pardon the non-violent January 6th defendants who were abused by a two-tier justice system. Pam will do these things. We must get her...
For the most part, Jan 6ers were treated with kid gloves.
Confirmed, and as we look at these Senate confirmations, I must say, I think I moved the Overton window just a bit.
I think there was one of the Jan 6ers who actually got like a sedition, maybe two. The leader of the 3%ers and Enrico Tarrio, they got sedition charges. The rest of them...
The Senate must confirm Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. and perhaps most importantly...
Well, that's funny that you say that, Matt Gaetz, because you are literally the sacrificial lamb that is going to get people like that confirmed. Now, I can't say for specifics, Tulsi Gabbard's nomination is problematic as well and maybe held up, but there are going to be a less than zero number of absolute batshit nominees that get confirmed just because the Senate doesn't want to say no to all of Trump's asks, right? And because they've, magnanimously encouraged Matt Gaetz to withdraw his nomination, some of those will go forward. So some people that should never be anywhere close to a government office will be placed in very high offices. And Matt Gaetz, you're the sacrifice. So
my good friend for the next FBI director, Kash Patel.
Speaking of which, yeah.
Republican senators should be ashamed of themselves if they believe the Hillary Clinton lie that somehow Tulsi Gabbard is a Russian agent. I care far more.
I feel like there's a lot worse on Tulsi than that.
That Tulsi Gabbard will clean up the deep state, tell the truth, and keep America out of forever wars. And while it is a little odd, I don't particularly care that RFK Jr. may have killed a bear or texted back a thirsty reporter. I care far...
Or may think that COVID was specifically designed not to hurt Jewish people. Yeah, I don't care about that.
Far more that RFK Jr. will stop Big Pharma and Big Food and Big Chemical...
And Bigfoot. Yeah, we'll take on the Sasquatch. Finally, the U.S. military will have the go-ahead it needs to put that Sasquatch in its place up in the Pacific Northwest.
Companies from killing our fellow Americans through poison. And it is offensive to me that...
By which I mean fluoride in the drinking water, yes.
Republican senators
poison.
Tweeze through the life of peak...
The guy with eyebrows like you should never say the word tweezed. Should never say the word tweezed.
Hegseth, when they haven't lifted a finger in many cases for the lives of the 8,600 patriots who were purged from the Department of Defense as the consequence of
He's talking about white nationalists. He's talking about people involved in like white nationalist groups that were kicked out of the military because the military decided they thought it was a bad idea to have Nazis.
Unlawful vaccine mandate. I won't rest. Hegseth won't rest. And Donald Trump will not rest until those patriots...
RFK will not rest until polio runs rampant on our population once again. Until measles are widespread. Until any myriad of supposedly vanquished diseases make their return.
Are welcome back with their full rank.
And then all of your kids can have brain worms, just like RFK.
Republican senators, we, the voters of this movement, will not accept the answer that you voted for Joe Biden's nominees, like Lloyd Austin, but refused Trump's. Politics will encounter more accountability these days. We just saw it last week. Last week, every lobbyist in Washington, D.C. wanted this 1,500-page bill to pass with billions of dollars in pork, with the funding of the censorship industrial complex, with the funding of bio labs and foreign aid that do not serve America's interests. They had all the wind at their back. They had backed us up against the Christmas break, and thanks to Donald Trump and Elon,
he backed us up against the Christmas tree
and Turning Point and the millions of people who are mobilized on X. We defeated the bill of the lobbyists, and we are
millions of bots who are mobilized on X. Come on.
America First agenda.
Chad, I feel like, oh my gosh, you know, I need to cover this guy's, the ethics report came out this week.
And the Democrats,
I think I'll have to cover that tomorrow.
They just don't get it. They continue to criticize Elon Musk as if he is acting in self-interest. When
as if
we all see that Elon is acting
there's no self-interest. He doesn't have millions of dollars of contracts with the government. There's no self-interest. His net worth has only doubled since the election. There's no self-interest. No, of course not.
Alongside President Trump in the national interest. And we have something now that we've never had before. We have the ability to lash the resources that Elon is committed to with the energy and the mobilization and the infrastructure built by Charlie Kirk and animated by Turning Point Patriots in chapters all over America. Many have asked which perch I will be fighting from next.
And so here's him talking about his future political prospects, which for someone who has got a House ethics report describing his sexual congress with 17-year-olds should be nothing. Should be nothing. But under the corrupt MAGA administration that is coming into office, who fucking knows? Who fucking knows?
Some of you throughout this conference have even given
Trump values loyalty above all other things.
Me a few suggestions. My fellow Floridians have asked me to eye the governor's mansion in Tallahassee. Maybe special counsel to go after the insider trading for my former colleagues in Congress. It seems I may not have had enough support in the United States Senate. Maybe I'll just run for Marco Rubio's vacant seat in the United States Senate and join some of those folks.
Salty, bitter man. And like I said, Chad, I don't know for sure that he's out with the Trump administration, right? He is definitely a liability, but that doesn't mean that his loyalty will not be rewarded.
My friend Steve Bannon and others have suggested that I return to the House of Representatives on January 3rd, but I would remind Steve, when he got out of prison, he didn't punch a guard on the way out.
I actually don't understand. What is Gates saying there? Anybody want to help me out with this? I want to remind Steve Bannon that when he got out of prison, he didn't punch a guard on his way out, so therefore I won't be returning to Congress. Anybody understand what the fuck he's saying there? Anybody get that? He had the carrot top eyebrows. Wish they would bring out Nestor for shits and giggles. Yeah, somebody call Chris Hansen. Yeah, his facelift is pretty... Yeah, I don't know. Anybody want to help me? Anybody got any ideas? What does he mean? I'm not making any connections. And I know he's not a great comedian. Yeah, James Adomian is great. George Jackson. Anybody got an idea of what he's saying? He's saying, Steve Bannon said that maybe I should run for Congress again, but I would remind him that he didn't punch the prison guard on his way out of prison. So what does that mean? He won't exact revenge on his colleagues. So his colleagues are like the prison guards? I mean, that's the... I don't know. It could be Emily French. That's I don't get it. No sense to it. Most GOP hates Gates too. Yeah, I mean, that's why he wasn't confirmed. Remember, it was going to be the Republicans voting on him, not the Democrats. Think he would just get expelled like Santos did because he's pissed off too many? Oh, from Congress? Yeah, I don't, he's just trying to make a joke there and I don't get it. I'm not even sure. Like, he's not anti-Steve Bannon, is he? Like, that wasn't some kind of dig on Bannon, was it?
For the moment, I'll enjoy being one of you. It was James Madison who said that the most powerful position in America would not be congressman or senator or even president, but that of citizen, because we put such an obligation on the citizenry to ignite the patriotism that the country needs. President Trump will need warriors at every
spoken like a true Nazi
level of government, local, state, and federal. And he's going to need people fighting for him inside and outside of government. Now, I was known as a feisty, tough...
What is this shit? Angel Paste Miracle Cream? What, chat? What is Angel Paste Miracle Cream? Experience the miracle at Angel Paste. Chat, is this, like seeing a lotion by Matt Gaetz? It makes me think that this is for... This is some Gooner material. They're selling Gooner sauce.
Tough and at times exciting congressman. One America News is a feisty, tough, exciting news organization, and I am thrilled.
Oh, that's right. He's getting a job at OAN. That's right. I forgot.
Joining their lineup with the Matt Gaetz Show at 9 p.m.
The Matt Gaetz Show. Don't miss it.
They're even letting me film out of Washington, D.C. a good amount, and so who knows what trouble I may get into while I'm there. Censorship.
He's going to become like the Johnny Somali of Washington, D.C.
OAN, the Federalist.
He's going to do a live stream.
And so many other conservatives.
He's going to do a kick stream.
Must be remediated. It is not enough just to stop the censorship now going forward or to limit the repression of our reach and our discussion. We have to go and remediate the censorship that they've already done to One America News and to so many other entities that deserve to be a part of what we are building and what we are doing. Last night,
part of the misinformation ecosystem, yes.
On Saturday Night Live, they made a little joke at my expense. Martin Short, in his opening monologue, said, "Oh yeah, I have to hurry up because Matt Gaetz is my Uber driver out back." And I got to thinking about...
I don't want to say put the fries in the bag, because I feel like that's a kind of classist shit thing to say, but...
Think about being so disconnected that you would sit there with the Hollywood elites while trashing the people who drive Uber and actually work for a living every day.
I would never do that. As an entitled son of privilege, I'm sure, Matt.
So, this is a movement for winners. The greatest one will be taking this stage in just moments. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Did he get to open for Trump? I mean, maybe they still do like him. I don't know. Obviously, the Senate didn't like him, but...
To everyone out there who knocked on the doors in the swing states, who registered the voters, who chased the...
They didn't do a get out the vote.
Who made the call...
Who listened to the podcast.
On Election Day, you deserved this victory. You earned this victory. You fought for it, and now it is time to get up, stand up, join together, and to fight for this country we love. Thank you all so much. Thank you for having my back. I will never stop fighting for you. Let's go get them.
Ladies and gentlemen and NBs, Matt Gaetz has left the building. Okay, well, it's a good thing, too, because we got to get on. So, chat, what are we doing for the rest of tonight? We're going to be taking a very special deviation. Diversion. Yeah, diversion. We're going to do a diversion into the life story of one What If Alt Hiss. Now, if you're watching me on the shorts stream, right, the short stream is going to end, but the stream will continue. and you'll be able to join us. In fact, I invite you to join us over on the main stream. So I'm going to put the link in chat. Feel free to click on this link if you want to stick with us. If not, have a good night. Thank you for watching. But yeah, there's the link right there if you want to join us and see what's up with What If Alt Hished, right? This is some of my favorite cringe content, favorite/least favorite. It's definitely some of chat's favorite content. And in fact, it looks like chat has, I have been paid to cover What If Alt Hished once again. So we're going to end this stream, but we're going to continue on twitch.tv and youtube.com. You can click the link right there and join us. But other than that, it's been nice talking to you, and you know, drop a sub so that I stay in your algorithm. If you want to see more coverage of politics, more coverage of so many different things. But I will see you over on the other stream. God, I almost want to watch more of James Adomian. That stuff is so funny. They're already shadow banning left voices on mainstream platforms. It's obvious, says Obsessive Audio. Jink Uger was the special guest of Charlie Kirk. That's right. Hollywood elite, noted Hollywood elite Martin Short. Lady Bash Ash says he's got too many people pissed at him to go back to the house. Yeah, like I said, I don't like hearing, you know, the whole fries go in the bag thing, even if it's about Xander Hall. You know about this? Xander Hall's having trouble making it as a streamer. He's you know, getting pretty desperate, I guess, to make his enterprise work for him. And there's a lot of people that are making fun of him for that. I have not joined in. One, I am scared of Xander Hall. Xander Hall threatened to unalive another streamer, and described the way in which he would like to do that. And also too, like, I'm not making fun of somebody for their, you know, financial struggles. That's just not who I am. That's, you know, if you want that shit, you know, you can go. President Sunday's got that covered for you, but that's not who I am. And even though Xander Hall has been part of trying to get my channel taken down before, has been part of an effort to defame me, allegedly, and yeah, it's really funny too, because they're like, you'd think that I'd want to get back at him, considering that what he said about me was literally, I think she's crazy. And it's like, you threatened to stop Keffel's heart. Don't tell me about who is crazy Xander Hall. All right. But no, I'm not going to make fun of him for running out, for being poor. I'm not going to make fun of him for, you know, not having grocery money and that shit. That's there's a lot I can say about Xander Hall that's bad, and I feel like I've already said it. I'm not going to talk about Xander Hall. We're not going to talk about Haas. We're not going to look at the past. We're going to look forward. And speaking of that, we've got some What If Alt Hist. We've got this What If Alt Hist is not going to watch itself, chat. What if Alt Hist? What if Alt Hist, right? Oh my God. So yeah, this is what's going on, chat. He's got
really bad PTSD.
He's got now 5 hours. No, God, it's more than that. Oh my God, chat. He's got more than 6 hours uploaded so far. Oh no, there's more Annika Sparian. I should take a poll now and find out how many people are bored with hearing about the Young Turks. Because there's more shit. There's more Young Turks shit. I'm looking at it right now. we're probably going to have to get into that shit tomorrow. The other thing that I'm going to talk about tomorrow, and this is what I wanted to mention to you, chat. One in chat, if you're familiar with Novara Media. Anybody familiar with Novara Media? They have been in, from my experience, a pretty good source, a pretty good channel. And well, something may have changed. And we're going to be talking about that tomorrow. I'm a little scared about that, right? Because I feel like but I don't like to talk negatively about channels that are doing good, and I do think that Novara Media still does some good. However, it's pretty clear to me after something that they released yesterday that they are very much following in the footsteps of TYT, and we got to talk about that. So yeah, I just hope nobody gets mad at me for being the bearer of bad news, but yeah, Novara Media is not what I thought it was. And so we're going to be talking about that a little bit. We might also get into some more of this. Looks like Anna Kasparian has done another interview, probably with a TERF. I don't know. John, why don't you contact me on Blue Sky? We'll see what we can set up. Also, for any content creators out there that want to... So yeah, some people have heard of Novara Media. A lot of people have heard of Novara Media. But yeah, the place to get to me if you're a content creator is on Blue Sky, through DMs, or on nocommentchick@gmail.com. Those are the best ways to get to me. Tabernacle talked about this. Yeah. And I suspect that there will be more videos discussing Novara Media. In fact, I'm going to talk to some of my content creator friends who I think might be interested in giving their takes on what's going on with Novara, because I don't want it to be just me. But yeah, that's where we're at. So yeah, this is yeah, I'm just worried because, like, I know that some people really like Novara Media, and I don't want them to think that I'm trying to be negative, that I'm looking for people to, talk bad about or anything, right? Especially given that, like, a lot of the content lately has been about Ethan Klein, or TYT, who, a lot of people used to like. And Novara Media was one outlet I did not anticipate talking badly about, but we're going to have to talk about it one way or the other. Anna and Jink have transformed Matt Leck into his super form. He's been savage this past month. Matt Leck, I love his rants. So anyway, chat, like I said, it's getting pretty late tonight. I want to make sure that we get it at least into this. This is Rudyard Lynch. Yes, that's really his name, even though that sounds like...
Hi, everybody.
Look, it sounds like I'm a fiction author, and I'm writing a right-wing character, and I'm not very good at naming characters, so I'm like, what shall we call him? Oh, Rudyard. Rudyard what? Rudyard Lynch. It sounds like a fake name. Like both the allusion to Rudyard Kipling and the last name of his, just like, very stereotypically right-wing in a certain way. But no, this is his real name, Rudyard Lynch of What If Alt Hist. And so, yeah, let's take a look. This is his life. So he's got one video, Rudyard Lynch's life, season 1, 2 hours and 40 minutes. Second video, 3 hours and 30 minutes, Rudyard Lynch's life, season 2. So I don't know how many of these there will be, but this sounds like some prime content, I gotta say. So let's get into it before I fall asleep and or turn into a pumpkin.
Everybody, I'm Rudyard the What If Altist guy, and before you watch this video, I have to add a couple different preambles.
Hi, I'm Irene, the no comment chick.
For all of our collective sanity. You'll see why. And I'm gonna keep saying that in this intro section. Things will make sense at the end.
You mean introduction?
That did not make sense
at the start.
And To go through this stuff, firstly, there's lots of stuff in this video where, as I wrote it, I didn't know how, because human words cannot convey it. And the way I feel giving you this video is I'm trying to explain something that cannot be explained in words, which is intensely difficult. And so when I try to tell you something, I wish I could show it to you, but I have to write words. And the narration style for this will jump from first to third person. That's annoying for you to listen to and annoying for me to write, but it'll also make sense at the end. This story will also emphasize lots of details which seem really unimportant, but will also make sense at the end. And certain parts of the story will make me, in the way it's narrated, look like a complete narcissistic egomaniac. I apologize for that. But again, it will...
Don't apologize! Never apologize for that, Rudyard. That's what we love about you.
Will make sense at the end. And parts may come across as wildly masturbatory.
That's why we have the lotion. That's why we have that. What was it called again? Angel stroke, angel jerk, angel. What was it called? What was the lotion that they were advertising on our SBN? Angel paste. Thank you. There we go. I'm sorry. It wasn't angel stroke. Angel jerk. No. Oh no.
You'll see with that word. But again, as I said, it will make sense at the end. The story will also get unbelievably brutal.
Is he going to DSP us?
I would tell you to not watch this video if you can't handle that sort of thing. But
oh my God, chat, we're in for it.
To be frank, your grandpa fought in World War II. He was fine. He saw worse stuff. And I'm choose not to put the 18 plus rating here because I had to live with this crap as a kid. And if I lived through it, you can watch it.
If I stay monetized for this, you can watch it.
Also for your ancestors, their kids saw...
So, for the record, he's... Okay, if you're somebody who got big off of videos about, you know, alternate history, and then you pivoted to doing content about, you know, theories about the left and shit like that, justifications for tradcon ideology, and then you do a 2.5 hour, almost 3 hour video about your life, you're not going to expect the kind of viewership that you get on your normal video. And indeed, we've only got 4,500 or so views on this. The other thing is that he's releasing this at the same time as season 2. And while this sort of thing might work on Netflix or Amazon Prime in terms of people's binge watching habits, I feel like 6 hours of Rudyard's masturbatory, narcissistic life story is stretching it, to say the least. So, he is not being a smart YouTuber here in the way that he's releasing these videos.
Saw their parents fuck. They saw them kill animals. They saw
what?
Crap as a kid. And if I lived through it, you can watch it. Also for your ancestors, their kids saw their parents fuck. They saw them kill animals. They saw war. They saw famine. If your ancestors' kids can see bad stuff, you can. They're not going to...
Has he got an inflated fox plushie behind him?
Die. So I understand why YouTube would put a 18 plus rating on it, and I respect your decision. It's your company. You have responsibility.
Wait, how does he know there's an 18 plus rating on this?
For it, I don't.
Ooh, chat. What? Chat, I'm not even sure I've got... Have you been seeing ads on this video? We might be losing monetization is what I'm saying. So thank you everyone who's donated during this time. That it's especially helpful on a night like tonight when Rudyard is literally threatening to take away my monetization money with his weird masturbatory stories, as his own words. But yeah, thank you for everybody. Thank you to everyone who has donated. Also, let me go ahead and thank my Patreons right now. Since it's only through your monthly contributions that I'm able to keep the lights on, at various times, keep the internet paid for, some of the basic things like that. And I'm definitely very thankful to my Patreons on a night like tonight. So again, all my Patreons get early access to my videos before they even come out. Sometimes you get it where the videos are uncensored and unedited, so it's a little longer run than the video that ends up getting sent out to YouTube. Um, and yeah, that's everyone who's a Patreon. For the Patreons that are contributing $5 a month or more, you also get a fancy shout out. So shouts out to Orel Ellipsis, shouts out to Tracy Eva, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Shakespeare, shouts out to Nadia, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to JR, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerex, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. All right, so with the Patreon thanked and the my intercessional prayer to the gods of monetization that this doesn't get, like, I don't know, how bad could it be though? Like, right, is he like how and also how does he know he's getting demonetized?
But I'm just going to throw the appeal out. This video's length is also pretty insane. Coming from a media
Not to mention the girth.
background, I didn't want to do it, but at the end of the video, you'll see why that makes sense. This is the...
No, I think you already told us. You said it was narcissistic and masturbatory. That's why it's this long.
Shortest period of time I could convey the things I had to convey you to. You should also process this video as if I'm a bard 2,000 years ago, where this is one of the lengthy multi-hour sagas where...
You're making yourself into Odysseus! The bard at least sung about a different guy. The bard was not like, I am Odysseus, let me sing you my fucking song. I am fucking awesome. Like, right, you are literally...
Like the Nibelungliad, they would say it for an entire week. And so I will change my dress. I will change...
You're wearing a dress?
Framing, it will be on different days, because I frankly just can't record this video in a single day. And I understand that some of the ways I shoot and stuff won't be perfect, but it doesn't need to be. If you hear the message, that's enough. And so we'll change...
Chat, what's going on? What do you predict? What is this going to be? How bad could this be?
That's symbolic of my life. I'm the same person, but I change my clothes and I change my circumstance over the course of my life. Everything in the story is 100% true. You have my word before God, my ancestors, and myself that it's all true.
You're just here for the NCC Norwegian Christmas carols. That's right.
Makes sense at the end.
We got to get the trolls.
Which is pretty cool.
The evil
I'm glad that you folks will get to watch this video. This is going to be a lot of fun. Peace.
Oh my God. Wait, what? Is he doing this like a video essay?
Rudyard William Lynch, was born on June 23rd, 2001.
You're really starting with your birth.
In Manchester by the Sea, Massachusetts.
Why don't you start with what your mom ate the night before she gave birth to you or something?
Mark Lynch.
That's what I really want.
And Leslie Payne Zimmer. Our current era of history completely discounts genealogy, which is one of the most deranged things you can do.
Also, you just doxed your parents.
Since genealogy is the code which imprints who you are through your blood. Then once
he's a big believer in that blood shit.
Imprinted on your environment, the underlying code adapts to different situations. So when you can see someone's genealogy and ancestors, you see the previous actions their underlying code has done before. So let's go through my ancestors. My father's ancestry comes from almost all Ireland, apparently genetically from the south and the west of the country, which is the normal region for Irish Americans. They moved over after the potato famine in the early 1850s and around the time of the American Civil War. Some went to Quebec first, but then they ended up in the American Northeast, with my grandfather growing up in Jersey City and my grandmother in Boston. My family were police for at least 4 or 5 generations straight in Jersey City, which was one of...
Are you sure that none of them were Pinkertons? Maybe he counts Pinkertons as police. I don't
the
know.
Best jobs the Irish could get. The Irish lived in ghettos with each other in some of the poorest areas and were seen as an ethnic minority. They seized control of the local bureaucracies, and the Irish had control of the police, the city government, and they had stuff like Tammany Hall, which controlled the politics of the Northeast. My father's line has a strange curse that each male must pick an impossible battle. My father told me growing up that the only thing that matters in life is honor, and if I lived with honor, then it didn't matter what money I made or the rest of my life. At least I was a man who had honor. And he said growing up that your status as a man is determined by do you hold your word and do you die on the hills you need to die on. And to be a lynch, by definition, is to put your own honor above your life, which is the highest virtue a human can do. Honor culture is an integral part of Celtic society going back thousands of years, which Thomas Sowell has written a tremendous
Thomas Sowell
amount about, and which manifests in Appalachia with the Scots-Irish as the most obvious example. My great-grandpa was in the Jersey City police force, and he picked the wrong faction in the local Democrat Party politics. He was the last man to stand by his patron when everyone else had fled him. He killed his entire reputation and...
I thought you were going to say he killed his entire family.
Career.
But then you wouldn't be here, would you?
In the city, due to his loyalty to his patron. My grandpa, Joseph Lynch, grew up in Jersey City and worked as a longshoreman. He was 18 years old in 1942 when he was drafted to fight. He passed an IQ test with no background in mathematics and was sent as an aide to the British, he said, because they wanted to make Americans look better to the British by having a humanities-based guy who could talk about philosophy and stuff. And my grandpa always underplayed stuff. He might have been doing more stuff. I don't know. And for those that don't know, the Enigma code was how the
Our World by Nature says DNA is a Celtic knot, knot shape instead of a double helix. That sounds like something Peterson. Oh, it is Peterson. It is Peterson. Okay.
Hacked into the German code system in World War II. Some historians think that turned the tide of the war, and my grandpa was part of that program.
Some historians think that my grandfather won World War II himself, but I like to think that he had a soft spot in his heart for the Führer and the German people.
We don't really know what he was doing, though. And he didn't talk about it for 30 years until after the event was over, when he was just watching the TV. And the Enigma team came up, and he said to my family, "Oh, yeah, I worked there." After the war...
Then we were watching a documentary about MK Ultra, and he was like, "Oh, yeah, I worked there, too."
Or he went back to America, and he was able to go to Harvard on the GI Bill. And he tried to be a lawyer after that, but then they forced him to take too many cases that were against his honor, and so he quit to become a professor. However, during his career as a lawyer, he befriended a Russian noblewoman who became quite fond of him, and so when she died, she left him her inheritance.
Okay.
And
I'm going to try to provide some visual stimulus for those of you who need that. Let's see if I can make this work. It's like, yeah, it's just going to be him. It's just going to be Rudyard talking to camera, this whole thing. My grandpa had the GI Bill. I have student loans and 2 worthless degrees. Yeah, I almost got to 2 worthless degrees. Ugh. Instead, I only have 1. Let's see if I can. Is this gonna do it? There we go. See if I can figure this out. All right, we'll go with that. All right, Rudyard.
When he was a professor, he studied constitutional law, teaching at a school in northern New Jersey up by New York. And the book he wrote in constitutional law was that the founding fathers had purposely structured the Constitution so that there was a degree of plausible deniability inside the philosophic logic so that you could have a sub-variety of different possible positions with each...
I'm sorry, a sub-variety of different possible positions? They wrote the Constitution so there was plausibility? What?
Law that was written. He married my grandmother, Irene O'Neill, where they met at the St. Patrick's Day dance. And she worked as she was a homemaker for the family, and he had 5 children where he moved to Princeton, New Jersey to support his family. He did a lot to try to assimilate out of the Irish community. So he studied classical literature and he studied culture and the Renaissance. And he was really into medieval theology. And he became very Catholic due to the war, where he believed that the war was symbolic for the dangers of modernism and totalitarianism. And the only way we could break out of that was through a return to Christianity. So he was a very strong fundamentalist Catholic. And he thought the 1930s Catholic Church, which meant most people saw as ridiculous reactionary, he thought that it was too liberal and they had to return to medieval values. He was also, although he didn't teach at Princeton, he...
Just a real quick, for those of you who don't know, the modern day Catholic Church became what it is, sort of pivoted, let's just say, in a meeting called Vatican II, right? That is where they ditched some of the ideas, like the concept of the blood guilt of the Jewish people, right? That Jewish people had a guilt on them for having killed Jesus, right? The Catholic Church said, not gonna, no, that's not our thing anymore. And there were some Catholics out there, amongst them Mel Gibson's father, who did not agree with that. So when he says that the old Catholic Church was too conservative for his grandfather, I don't know what he means. I don't know what they were straight up like anti-Semitic. They had anti-Semitism as part of their religion prior to Vatican II.
He lived in Princeton, and so he was friends with a lot of the professors, and he was friends with multiple of the most important Catholic philosophers of that time period. And he supported my family off a middle-class income. They lived in a small house together, and they had, I don't know if I said he had 5 kids before, but that's crazy. The Irish used to have that many kids. And, oh yeah, so Irene O'Neill, she's a descendant of Niall of the 9 Hostages, who was a Irish warlord in the 2nd century AD, and he has 6 million descendants because he slept with that many women, and that was a common occurrence for Irish chieftains. It's why, like, all these last names have millions of descendants, where that's true for multiple Irish leaders. Alastair of the Isles in Scotland's an easy example. Niall of the 9 Hostages. I'm sure Cuchulainn is from O'Connor is from the Irish Hercules, Cuchulainn. Irish last names are nearly 2,000 years old, which is pretty cool. And my family...
Did his grandpa want more crusaderism? Yeah, one wonders.
Fisherman.
One wonders.
In the 1800s is where he moved over. And so I wonder if Irish last names are that old, because Gaelic, O'Loinch... In Gaelic, the last name Lynch is from Oloinchug, which is son of a fisherman. So were my ancestors fishermen for 2,000 years? Final hilarious story about my grandpa. So my grandpa died about 10 years ago.
Does he understand, like, that his ancestors comprised people that didn't share the last name? Does he understand that part? Anyway, it's just so weird to be like...
And he was like 95. It's crazy. He was born 1926. And For the final year, he
thought I was narrating a poorly written custom D&D campaign. Only 5 kids, amateur.
was at the home. Whenever, or the retirement home, whenever he saw an actress on the TV, he yelled whore because he said, quote, all of these actresses have
Is this what's going to get me demonetized?
sold
No,
their
it's going to have to
bodies get
it's going to have to get worse.
their status. And he said, I won't stand for this. So
Lady Badass says the priests were also corrupt as fuck.
this leads, oh yeah, final thing. My grandpa
Final hilarious story. Did he tell a hilarious? Has there been a hilarious? I missed the hilarious story too. WB
fought against the university system. He picked 2 impossible battles.
He probably slept with a lot of guys too, but not as many babies. They are true.
Which is classic Lynch move. I can't say Lynch move.
Keeping up with the McJoneses.
But he picked the fight with modernity because he thought it was all satanic, and he also picked a fight with the university because when he was a professor, he was the only conservative for over a decade. And it's crazy to see he went from voting for FDR to voting for Trump. And my mom, and my mom's not an objective source, said that when he retired, the leftist faculty threw a party because they got rid of the last conservative. Next comes...
That's how leftist faculty is.
Peter Lynch, unrelated to the famous investor Peter Lynch, who is my uncle, who worked as a strategist for the New Jersey police for nearly 40 years. He said in the 1980s that the greatest new threats to New Jersey were Latin American, especially Salvadorian, and black gangs. This killed his career for the rest of over 30 years.
He was canceled?
Because he said the politically incorrect answer.
He was politically incorrect.
And New Jersey's pretty corrupt.
Wait, what year was this? What year is he talking about? Is he talking about like the 50s or something? Yeah, they were like, the wokeness was a big thing back in the 50s.
Where they only targeted the Italian
They didn't like the
and
racism.
You weren't allowed to say something besides that. And so he became incredibly nihilistic and dissatisfied. He always
I agree this guy's family history is boring as fuck, but he did warn us that this was going to be narcissistic and masturbatory. I just thought it was going to be narcissistic and masturbatory about him, not about the minutia of his family history. What do you want, a cookie? Because Mean Kids made fun of Grandpa?
Jason's running everything. Very sharp guy, though. He's really into Korean dragon boat racing in Morocco and Korea and foreign cultures. Next comes my dad, Mark Lynch, who was born in 1961, and he went to Harvard like my grandpa as a young man. He ran the Harvard Strategy Club as his hobby. After that, he started working in Wall Street when the Reagan presidency started.
He was known as the Wolf of Wall Street back then.
He met my mom. My dad made
He made a speech that kind of shocked some people where he said greed is good, actually.
Money as a mutual fund manager and banking expert. He's an expert in regional and international banking. My father has the same obsessive nerd spirit as what I have, where he's read over 300 books on banking history. He may be the person in the world who's read the most
on banking
history. I try to get him to write a history of banking, and he doesn't do it. And he runs a mad...
You gotta get him one of those books where it's like, you know, it's like a workbook for your father to write down his life in.
Max fan account and banking.
Rudyard is kind of a fail son. Yeah, I guess so.
Corpus Colossus on Twitter. I some of my friends followed my dad without even them realizing it. And he has the ability to look at the outside of a bank, like its driveway or its building structure, and then assess the strategic model the bank uses from that and its core strengths and weaknesses versus other banks. You can give him any city in America, and he will know the top 20 banks in each of their history. I had a joke with my friends growing up where we'd walk past a certain 100-year-old bank, and I'd text my dad, and he'd tell me their entire history. And he studied the banking system of every major country just as his hobby. He also has a hobby in studying Marxist literature, where he's read over 200 books on the topic since his college thesis was on the Left Book Club, which was a leftist printing company for political content in 1930s.
Birdman says, I've been a banker in Monopoly over 300 times. His dad is a noob.
And he's read 200
That
books
is a
on the
new
topic. And so growing up, he would explain Marxist lies to me, and that he would read these books to me. And then he would go through how the Marxists had lied, the methods they have used for deception, like overemphasizing numbers, not looking at practical application or human nature. So I heard that stuff growing up. And he said he studied leftist philosophy.
Ignoring the appeal to nature arguments, yeah?
Because he wanted to know how someone could have completely incorrect beliefs and yet be so sure of themselves. And my dad's also...
Michael says, David Graeber wrote a history of debt. I think we'll be fine without your dad's super sweet banking group, right?
Predicted every major financial crisis of the last 40 years. And he would tell me as a child, you know, Rudyard, due to money printing, this country's not going to be in a good place around when you're college aged. We'll have blown out our entire economy.
Money printing, right? Which I think that guys like this trace it back to what, the 1930s and the United States getting away from the gold standard. They've been saying this for almost 100 years now.
System. I hope it's better once you're out of college, though. And my family were in the nice house and nice vacation cast of rich. Not.
Hey, I'm sorry, did he go to college? I don't, like, I feel like he always talks so much shit about academia. I almost can't imagine this guy going to college.
Private helicopter and complex trust fund category of rich. I think my family's net worth when I was a kid was like $10 to $15 million total. And my dad, I'm sorry, I love...
Yeah, I'm not super rich. We're only like, you know,
a very strong
millionaires.
Asperger's.
We're not like 100 millionaires.
Which you might have picked up on. And my dad studies 19th century train routes as a hobby. He memorizes them. And he has an incredibly encyclopedic knowledge of human history, amongst many other things. And when I was a kid, I would just barrage...
Yeah, whoever said he's a fail son, you were right. One semester and he dropped out.
Questions. I'd ask my dad...
It was too liberal. Yeah, that's...
1,000 questions a day.
Classic.
I would ask him questions on how... I'd ask him questions on how he made decisions. I'd ask him questions of the world. It was nice having my dad around because I could just feed off his information. I downloaded so much of it, and it's so much of my worldview. And my dad told me growing up that the only thing that matters in life is honor. And he said, I don't care if you're poor. I don't care what you do with your life as long as you have honor. And that was a value we kept hammering home all the time, that the only thing you could truly own as a man is your own honor. And an example of the kind of guy my dad is that I once texted him, I am going to Mexico tomorrow for a week. And his reply was cool in lowercase. When I was 16, my dad said, you are a man now.
Kind of passive
I had two
aggressive.
roles as a father, to teach you to be a man and to teach you have honor. I have succeeded at both. You are now a man. You are now responsible for your own actions. Figure your own stuff out. And,
leave me alone.
He once said
son.
when I got he bought me my first car, and he said, I will buy you the cheapest car you can fit into, which was a Subaru. And he said, now,
I love somebody that grew up in a millionaire family and the way that he's trying to establish some kind of a quasi-proletariat status by bringing up his, like, you know, Irish ancestors and the Subaru that his millionaire father stuffed him into. You know, like all this stuff. This is like Anna Kasparian. This is giving Anna Kasparian, well, I don't drive a nice car. They said that I drove a Porsche, but I actually drive a Honda. It's a very sensible Honda. I have the cheapest car of anyone in my homeowners association. This is the kind of shit that you get from these people.
the things you do out there are your responsibility, not mine. And another example of the kind of guy my dad is that he ate tuna fish every single day of his life from ages 12 to ages 30. And
because he had a proletariat soul.
Because it was 50 cents cheaper than the other sandwich option. And he was just accruing the financial benefits of 50 cents a day. And then it gave him crippling mercury poisoning. And my father...
I was going to say, yeah, that's too much tuna. I was going to say... See, my dad had a proletariat spirit. Like, there's something that I sort of despise about, like, rich people who can afford to eat salmon, eating tuna every day. I don't know.
Mercury poisoning when he inseminated me, which nearly killed him. And nothing worked, and he worked with Russian alternative healers who lowered his mercury blood pressure. And then he went on a trip to China.
Lowered his mercury blood pressure. Now, Chad, if you don't know, blood pressure is measured in millimeters of mercury. In other words, like how much mercury, right? There's mercury in the thing that measures your blood pressure. But there's not like a mercury blood pressure and a regular blood pressure. I think he's a little mixed up here. He said, Lord, the Russian healers, the alternative healers from Russia, they lowered is it his father or his grandfather's mercury blood pressure? So somewhere he's screwed up here. I mean, it's like a Trump thing. It's like how Trump says the asylum seekers, right? The asylum seekers, like Hannibal Lecter. They're sending Hannibal Lecter, and he'd like to have you for dinner. He'd like to have you for dinner. He'd like to have all of you for dinner. Like, right, he gets confused, and it comes out like this. His mercury blood pressure. Okay, I think you mean his blood pressure. But wait, what does that have to do with the mercury levels? Is that like a side effect of mercury? I'll be honest, Chad. I'm not familiar with all the side effects of mercury poisoning, but
for business, and then jacked up the mercury again, and then he had he suffered for like over a decade with very painful mercury poisoning. He also had gout, which was very unpleasant. I remember his suffering. He couldn't eat beef or
disease of kings
wine for years. He was just on like a purely vegetarian diet, which is sad. And yeah, the mercury poisoning was crippling pain.
I mean, not if you don't want gout. It's actually quite a miracle that the vegetarian diet has that benefit.
And I can't overstate how instrumental my dad is to who I am as a person.
Oh, this is his dad. This is his dad. Okay.
Very wise. And
who is this guy? For anybody who's just joining us, this is Rudyard Lynch. I'm not making that name up. I did not write this guy as a fiction exercise in my creative writing class, although it may sound like I did. No, he's a real guy. He's the man behind What If Alt Hist, the YouTube channel. And from time to time, Rudyard blesses us with some very cursed videos that people in my chat like for me to react to because they are special. Very special. Not in a good way. And this time, he has blessed us, but not with not one video, not one overly long, self-indulgent, in his own words, masturbatory account of his life story, which, as we're finding out, is not just his life. It's starting back with his parents and grandparents and all kinds of stuff like that. How his dad ate tuna to save money, even though he's a millionaire, and got mercury poisoning. But that's because he has a proletariat soul, you must understand. You must understand. He had this connection to the working class where even though he could afford to eat salmon, he ate canned tuna instead and suffered from mercury poisoning. But yeah, I thought I'd say it because if one person in chat is wondering who is this guy, probably a few people are. So there you are, caught you up on who we're watching. And we're going to watch part of this, right? It's a 3-hour video. So we can't watch it all tonight because I got to be on stream for you tomorrow, right? So I'll go to bed at some point, but I'm going to watch as much as we're going to get through as much as we can. And I'm giving you a little Minecraft for some visual stimulation, since otherwise it's a very dry, boring, just Rudyard at his microphone, right? There's no there's no stock footage or walls of text or any of the other things that we're accustomed to with a What If Alt Hist video. It's just Rudyard talking to camera. So trying to make it a little bit more interesting with some Minecraft.
Said a lot of things that
he didn't say proletariat soul. That's my embellishment. That's me, the creative writing student, adding that.
Stuck with me for my entire life. For example, let your thought and action be one. The second you think, act. When I was scared about
wait a minute.
test in high school.
Hold on a second. Isn't that from a book or something? I swear to God, that sounds like Star Wars or Dune or... Am I right, chat? I swear to God, he's cribbing this from somewhere. I don't think that was an original thought. Let your thought and action be one. I feel like that's a quote or something.
School.
Yeah, you could at least play the piano. Is that a piano he's sitting by? I think it's a desk.
My dad took me to the local creek outside our house, and he said, "Look at this creek flow, Rudyard."
He said, "Rudyard, now that I can't eat my tuna anymore, we're gonna eat nothing but crawdads. We fished for crawdads, and we got infected with a parasite." I don't know.
This creek was here long before the white man came, and it was probably here before the natives were there before, or before the earlier group of natives had replaced another group of natives. And he said, "This creek will keep flowing whether or not you fail the test. You should know that so many of your worries are in your head, and you go out into nature and they're not there anymore."
Chat, as you may or may not know, I love and admire Dolly Parton. And I remember seeing a video of Dolly Parton when I think she was on Saturday Night Live, and she tells this story about her parents and how they would tell her all kinds of stories, like they would tell the best stories, right? And like as she's telling it, you realize like these are television shows that they've watched, and they're telling their kids the story. Like the joke is that the parents, you know, Dolly Parton thought her parents were really cool for telling her stories, and they were just rehashes of like sitcoms and stuff. That's what I feel like is going on here with Rudyard.
He told me that the way to get rich was to acquire useful skills, and then once you have enough useful skills, someone will pay you for a skill. And he said that there are certain hills you have to die on to be a man, and he said that when everything's said and done, the only thing that matters is that you stood where you needed to stand. And he read to me and my sister before bed every single night for a decade. He read us all of Lord of the Rings, all of Narnia, some of Louis L'Amour, the autobiography of Lee Kuan Yew.
This is the kind of stuff that I feel like this kind of reading material is. I feel like where you would get like words like the ones that he quoted.
Nile Saga and Dune among
a Dune. Your dad read. Okay, that's actually kind of cool. Low key. My parents never read us Dune.
He got me 20 of the great courses or college level courses and played them in the car when I was a child so I could get an education with him.
No, that's not this guy. Why doesn't he question this as stupid? This is a Roger GPD ass story. I mean, we have speculated that maybe some of his script is written by ChatGPT.
Then we would talk about those topics together.
Narwhal by Nature says, "Why do you have to die on a hill anyway?" Good question.
And my dad had a rule that I could only play strategy games until I was age 15. He said that he wanted to innately wire my neurology in a...
I'm sorry, wait, you mean video games or you mean board games? Strategy games like Risk? Or strategy games like Sid Meier's Civilization?
So that I could think strategically on a basal level. He told me that this would do me more good.
Creative writing made us journal every day. Yeah, I just wrote the RPGs I played. That's awesome.
Good in life than school would. Although my family was wealthy, my dad didn't spend money on me. He forced me to work for stuff.
Can you imagine though if you did something like that and you basically wrote out the script for Fallout 1 and you're like, and your creative writing teacher is like, "This is amazing. I've got a real talent on my hands. Like, let me enter you in the, like, you know, the statewide contest for creative writing, and you end up winning a scholarship based on, you know, rehashing like some video game or something."
When I was 16, I was already driving my own car, making my own money, running errands, and washing my clothes.
When I was 16, I was already driving my own car, bought for me by my father. What are you trying to say here, Rudyard?
He would leave me at home for...
Nobody else was driving at 16 except for most people.
For weeks when he was on business trips for work and expected me to take care of the house.
You said you were amazing? Wanted to submit. I'm like, no, I'm good. It's okay.
Do affairs in his name when I was a teenager. At the company my dad worked at, he was one of the last people who ran a department that wasn't woke.
Oh no! Before the company went woke.
By bureaucracy. And when he retired, the company fell into a DEI bureaucracy that killed it. When my dad left, they said, "We need you, Mark." To which his reply is, "If I did it, you can do it." And as a child, my father would repeatedly tell me, "You will not inherit a cent until I die," because he said, "You have my blood in your veins, and so you can figure out a way to make some money." And he said, "You throw someone in the pool, they're not going to drown, they're going to swim." And I once asked him for new shoes as a teenager, and he just stood there and said, "No." And my old pair, I'd worn them for like a year. They were pretty beat up. And he said that he did.
Chat, this is more cringe than I could have possibly imagined. I'm not trying to do lolcow content, for the record, all right? I'm not trying to exploit anybody for ridicule. But god damn.
All this effort because I was representative of my entire bloodline, and that my actions represented the honor of my people, my self, and my ancestors, and thus I had to reflect.
Yeah, if I wanted to do lolcow content, I would have talked to Haas tonight, right? You know what I'm saying? I've got lolcows beating down my freaking door.
Responsibility in my actions. And that was a theme all of my family had. Both of my parents were into the ancestor stuff and the honor stuff. My father's become kind of a hermit where he lives in the woods in Pennsylvania and avoids society because he thinks.
I thought you were going to say he plays on the Minecraft, the Hermitcraft Minecraft server.
The public is stupid. And he, yeah, that's kind of his lifestyle. Like, I didn't really have any connections growing up because my dad lives as a hermit. And he has a girlfriend, though. And he's a prepper.
Is she a hermit?
He has over a month of food and water. And
he literally kicked this off by saying, his dad inseminated? Is that what he said? Wait, what? Did I miss that part? He meant to say, like, something else, right? There's a similar word. He said inseminated? I somehow missed that. He said inseminated? There's another word that starts with an I when somebody, like, inspires in you. He's the intellectual king cobra. Fine line between abuse and teaching a life lesson. Yeah. He said inseminated. What did he mean to say? Like, there's another word, right? It's like similar to that, but it was right after the tuna talk. A lot of people talking about inseminating, and he definitely brought it up. He's not the guy that has the ideology. It's the guy living in fantasy. Yeah, like instilled, insinuated. He meant inseminated, says WB. WB is willing to die on that hill. Disseminated. No, there's some other word. There's some other word that he was trying to say. I'm pretty sure. Instigated? No, it's some other I word, but I mean, it's just funny because Rudyard's. I mean, this is technically, well, I guess a malapropism is when it's not a real word, but Vosh is great for malapropisms. Rudyard just gets the wrong word and says that his dad inseminated him.
Any given time in case stuff goes.
No wonder he got demonetized. He's talking to, like, if that's what. Oh my God.
Asked my father, because he's Catholic, how does it feel to be a papist? And he replied, "Let me consult with the Pope before I answer." And when my dad has gone to Republican
SM says this guy is giving privileged spoiled brat. Yep.
Party events.
Well, not only that, spoiled brat that somehow thinks he's not, because my parents only had their net value was only between 10 million and 15 million growing up. So I didn't really grow up rich.
He wears a tie with rhinos on it to show that he is spiritually a rhino. Now we get to my mom's side of the family. My mom was born in Kitchener, Waterloo.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. So we're going to do the other side of the family.
Ontario, to parents.
We're only halfway done with the family history.
From Nebraska. This made her a Canadian citizen, which is an important plot point later. Her ancestry is mostly English, stemming from the third Albion seed migration the Quakers did from northwestern England to Pennsylvania and the Middle States. In a prime example of anthropology in action, I grew up in Chester County.
Yeah, he may have been given a car, but it took a man to drive it. And also, it was a Subaru. So,
well, according to 23andMe, my ancestors are from Chester, England. Her ancestry has been in America.
You're getting this shit from 23andMe?
America since the 1600s, where I have ancestors on the Mayflower, as well as ancestors stretching from upstate New York down to North Carolina, kind of concentrated in the middle states. And my ancestry is 90% British Isles, with something like 80% being just English and Irish. The final 20% is a mix of basically different Protestant ethnicities between Scots-Irish, Scottish, Welsh, Dutch, German, Swedish, Finnish, etc. And I'm 10% German ancestry.
Rachi says if Rudyard said his father inseminated him, then I'm going to be charitable to him and presume he means what he said.
Mostly from Baden-Württemberg in southwest Germany, which was an area that got 3/4 of its population wiped out in the 30 Years' War, and so they fled to America and the Volga River in Russia to escape because they were Protestants being persecuted by Catholics. And my mom was also obsessed with honor. She would say that the only thing that mattered in life was pride and class growing up.
Really? Really? Your mom was obsessed with honor? Your dad and your mom were like, honor.
Was her WASP way of framing it. My mom's ancestry always followed the frontier. They started out in the East Coast in the colonial period and ended up in Nebraska by the
frontier, chat. The frontier.
Mid-19th century.
The space between that which is civilized and that which is savage. That's what he's saying.
I know of at least 5 ancestors who died in the Indian Wars, with casualties spreading from a young girl whose family was killed in upstate New York, and then she was captured by the natives, and then she left the natives, married a white guy, then a guy who was killed by a black native mix in Oklahoma in a failed trade deal, a guy with the drafter, he was an ambassador to, I believe, the Chickasaw Nation. They killed him, etc. A lot of ancestors died.
Oh my god! I didn't expect your family history to be so fucking racist, bro.
In the Indian Wars. And I have lots of distant relatives like Sir William Marshall, apparently William the Conqueror, Mad Anthony Wayne, or one of the drafters of the Texas Constitution. And the furthest ancestor I can possibly reach out, and I don't really have noble ancestors, my ancestors are all peasants, but I have some bastard ancestors.
So again, yeah, don't look at him as like upper class or anything like that. It's
like a bastard nobleman who was against the Jacobites and sent to South Carolina, where he married a native woman. I alternate between having 0.1%. Apparently it's South Pacific Islander ancestry, according to 23andMe, but their data sets are screwed up in a way that certain genetic subcomponents of Native Americans process as Pacific Islander for them, for complex reasons, because Native Americans, they don't do genetics tests, so our data set for them is pretty small. But I am 100% Northwestern European now. There was an earlier point when my mom and my sister had 0.1% South Pacific Islander ancestry. And I'm also...
annoying?
I forgot what I was going to say there. There's another relative I'm forgetting. But the established pattern in my family was that they'd move to a new frontier, form a new business, said business would do well for a generation, then the next generation would fail, the business dies, they move to a new frontier to restart. My family did this with arms manufacturing, fur trading, cotton, oil, and a variety of other industries. Each time the next generation would trash the wealth and restart on a new frontier. My grandfather grew up in one of the wealthiest families in Nebraska who ran an insurance company. He refused to take up the family business and instead decided to be a hippie as a young man. My mother is intensely resentful about this because she grew up in poverty, and so she could have said, you know, if my father didn't drop the business, I could be a senator for Nebraska now. And there's an interesting detail here that my great-grandma was kind of a hoe, and that she was sleeping with 2 men in 1942 Nebraska.
Fuck? What the fuck? The thing about my grandmother is she was kind of a hoe. Those are sentences that's a sentence I never thought I'd hear.
Nebraska. One was half Norwegian, half German, and the other was English. She married the first guy, and here I am with my 90% British Isles ancestry. Mr. Zimmer was tricked and realized he had been cucked and changed and took out his resentment on his son. That's a big reason why my grandpa left the family business, because he felt he didn't deserve it because he wasn't the real son. And he left and met my grandmother at Unitarian Church because they were both rebelling against their Presbyterian parents in Lincoln, Nebraska. And they got married. My grandmother went to Swarthmore and then dropped out because she loved my grandfather to be a homemaker with him. My grandfather had a background in computer mathematics, but he lacked the personal ability to hold a job. So my mother, her brother, and my grandfather traveled around the world as he tried to hold a job. My mom partly grew up in Nebraska, Massachusetts, Iran, Maryland, North Carolina, Ontario, Alberta, amongst others. My mom grew up in poverty and
I love how he just throws in Iran and doesn't explain that.
chaos. My grandmother divorced my grandfather when my mom was around age 7, which is the age she divorced my father. And my grandmother is very left-wing.
See, for a guy that's supposedly a history YouTuber, you'd think that that would be a point of interest in the story, right? I mean, like, was it this have to do with U.S. business interests that that were kicked out along with the Shah?
One of a funny story here is that when my mother told my grandmother that she was going to marry a Irish Catholic Republican, my grandmother said, who's very left-wing, she said, "Oh, are you sure he'll want to have children? They're not like us, And she also thinks that we should forcibly deindustrialize. So she thinks that they shouldn't have air conditioning in Texas for climate reasons, which is deranged. That's not going to work here.
Funny, I feel like Greg Abbott agrees with that. His grandpa voted illegally in 1944.
So she's very left-wing, and I once saw her reading a Afro-Indigenous history of America, and I joked, is there a biography for all 5 of them? And my mother was valedictorian of her high school.
That is an ignorant statement.
She finished in Worcester,
Your grandma sounds cool. Like, I want your grandma to get a YouTube channel.
Massachusetts. And then she went to Columbia University, where she got a political science degree. She then worked on Wall Street where she met my father. And they started dating when my mom moved back to Boston, and then my father would commute to Boston and then finally moved there as they dated and eventually married. My mom has a wide variety of interests and is incredibly intelligent between anthropology, religion, philosophy, chemistry, political science, mythology.
Michael Jingle says, I feel like barely any of this is based in reality. You might be right, Michael. You might be right.
Religion, I think I said those already, etc. And she was instrumental in establishing my worldview in as profound a way as my father. My mother told me growing up that the moral values of the society would get more constrictive, so much so to a level that you would be unable to breathe in a society filled with so many social rules. And they said, Rudyard, you either have the choice of working with this system or breaking out of it and doing your own thing. And you can only really pick the second choice. My mom also ran a brewery, which was her hobby, where she would make moonshine in our garage, and she made really good beer. My mother was convinced that she was a psychic capable of communing with spirits. She would constantly tell me as a child what the different spirits were telling her. She said she spoke to God and the devil and Mother Nature, and
it's like reminding me of that Austin Powers scene where Dr. Evil talks about his family.
She'd said that the native spirits were not happy that the whites did not honor them after we conquered them, and this is why our society is so obsessed with land conquest, because in normal society you would give the spirits an offering, but we haven't given them offerings. I don't know. I just hear this stuff. And she believed that politeness was incredibly important, and she kept on teaching me manners and class and politeness and self-respect because she said they'd end up becoming decisive to my life. My parents met and got married living in Boston together. They had my sister Valentine in 1999, and I was born in 2001. My parents were originally going to name me.
Do you think he's like checked with his sister and like he's mentioning, you know, essentially he's mentioning the names of all these people. Like, do you think he checked with his, like, you know, his sisters, for instance? Like, does she want to be like mentioned on his videos? I don't know.
Well, but when I was born, they said they could sense that I would grow up to be a
you conquered. You mean stole?
Writer. So they named me after the
Of course they did. Of course they did. Yes.
So I'm Rudyard Lynch. And interestingly, Rudyard is a specific name to the sub-region of England my mom's family are from. There were a lot of Rudyards in the colonization of Pennsylvania, and it was a Quaker name. And Rudyard Kipling was the author of Kim and the play If. And he was a big champion for the British Empire, and he was very much into heroism and honor and the things that I talk about. And
wait, did he say he's 23?
they said that I just had too much energy.
I would have guessed like, I don't know, 27, 29?
To be named Noel, because Noel's more of a bookish name.
Looks old for 23.
And
yeah, they knew you were special, says Joe.
Everyone in my family, I'm going to throw this detail in because I have to throw it in somewhere to brag. Everyone in my family is over 6 foot, or at least my mom and my sister are 5'11". My dad's 6'2". I'm 6'4". So for my sister as well,
Okay, that's a surprise to me too.
Talk about her a little. She is a little bit younger than me. Or sorry, she's a little bit 2 years older than me.
Okay,
and she
Okay.
was really creative when I was a kid. She was really into fantasy novels. She wrote multiple fantasy novels as her hobby. She knits for her hobby. She's made like dozens of sweaters, and she's really into Star Trek, and she loves her dog so much. But she's a Maoist. She thinks the government should forcibly deindustrialize
Sister's a
the
Maoist.
economy.
It's an MLM, maybe.
I'm going to jump ahead in my life because it doesn't fit with the narrative otherwise. She followed a lot of my mom's advice, so she moved up to Canada when I was a teenager. She went to a leftist university in Canada. She went to University of Toronto, one of the best colleges in Canada, and she left it believing that we had to forcibly deindustrialize the economy, and she believes it's immoral to have children, and she believes it's immoral to pass on her own culture, and so she's going to adopt black. Rather, she's going to adopt the minority rather than have.
What is his definition of class? Good question. I guess having a proletariat soul. If your father buys you a Subaru instead of a Tesla, then you are working class. You would have guessed 35. Yeah, right. He looks older. His sister sounds kind of based, potentially.
Having one of her own babies, and she's a lesbian now. She's also really.
He says that in such a weird way.
Earlier with that was the degree she got, and that's kind of where she became. That in high school is where she became super left wing. As I said before, I was born in Manchester by the Sea, which is this weird beach town in northern Massachusetts up by New Hampshire. And there was a movie that was made a few years ago with Casey Affleck about that town, and my mom forced me to be born with a midwife around 4 a.m. since she believed hospitals killed the spirit of a child through how they birthed children. And she also forced me to get no vaccines as a kid since she believed they were dangerous to spiritual development. My mom was really against the COVID vaccine. She cut out my sister during COVID because my sister took the vaccine. I have very...
I'm sorry, cut out your sister out of the will? Yeah, because when he first said cut out, I was like, wait, she had a C-section? Like, what? Cut out my sister? This is the first place my mind goes, chat. That's the first place my mind goes. But no, I think he must mean cut out of the will.
Memories of Massachusetts. One of two. One is him seeing a relative, my uncle. The other one is there was a huge snowstorm, and I was a toddler. I was 3. I couldn't walk through the snowstorm, and I remember just seeing...
Wait, is this your story, or is this from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 4, Diamond is Unbreakable. And there was this guy with a certain haircut that came out to push our car out of the snow. And as I saw that man's haircut, I dreamed that one day I would get that haircut too. And if anyone ever made fun of my hair, well, I would be so mad.
Everywhere.
Is this Josuke?
I'd make little prints in the snow with my boots.
Cut off contact? Yeah, it could be that too.
And we were the only outsiders in that town that had moved in for decades, and thus the zoning board was able to kick us out of the town. The entire town was old money Yankees whose families had been there for centuries, and we were the first nouveau riche to move there. They were not financially in a good place.
Poor proletariat nouveau riche.
Because they were living off really old money, and there was a degree of resentment.
Wait, what? They were nouveau riche, but they were living off old money? Wait, what? He's making it up as he's going along. Citizen and live from Brian. When Brian is making up prophecies and repeating them.
And they made up rumors my dad was making his money off drug trafficking, and my mom was a horse and dog lady, and they made it basically illegal to have both animals in town.
Oh, God.
We were completely socially outcasted.
Whole story smells like bullshit. Yes, it does.
Forced to leave. The company my dad worked at had dual offices in Boston and Philly. When I was 4, my dad made the decision to move our family to Philadelphia. He made this call since he was from across the river to Pennsylvania in New Jersey, so he knew the culture there. I often think about this for a couple reasons. Firstly, with the zoning board in Massachusetts, you would hope something that petty and tribal wouldn't happen today in an advanced first world, one of the most advanced states in a first world country, but it does. Secondarily, it's interesting that it became such a pivotal part of my life. Being a Pennsylvanian is such a big part of my identity that wouldn't be there if I grew up in northern Massachusetts.
No
and finally,
shit.
It's really interesting.
States are funny like that.
Because both my dad and
this guy, he likes to talk about anthropology. I don't think he knows what it means.
my mom, Nebraska and New Jersey, are part of the mid
Dogs illegal and horses. And horses, my goggles. Dogs and horses.
Midland cultural group anthropologists talk about. And so when they were up in the
town that hates horses and dogs is a shitty town, maybe.
Population group, the town forced them out, and they defaulted back onto moving to a region where they were culturally and genetically closer to the population. It's another example of anthropology in action. And my parents, I think, are pretty objectively part.
Imagine how different this guy's life would be right now if he had stayed in school and pursued, I don't know, like an anthropology degree. I feel like he wouldn't be like, can you imagine like Rudyard, but not profoundly and proudly ignorant? That's what I'm trying to picture.
Part of America's ruling class, but they kind of degenerated into rednecks and refused to take it. We always lived at least 20 to 30 minutes from the nearest grocery store, nearly 40 minutes from shopping, and an hour from the city. I always lived next to cows, cornfields, and woods. I remember seeing a drought one year which broke all the land and crackled it up. And interestingly, that drought is part of the cause for the Arab Spring, because grain prices went up as the Midwest got drier. And then that very winter, there was an 11-foot snowdrift where there was snow dunes up to 11 feet tall. And my mom would literally make moonshine in the garage. In a job interview for my mom's brewery, a guy literally skinned a deer during the job interview in front of us. My dad and I would go duck hunting together. I didn't really associate with other wealthy people, with my entire network being middle class.
Yeah, my entire network being middle class. My family net worth of $10 to $15 million while I was growing up. But don't worry, we were salt of the earth people. White man's bourbon, Rudyard. I remember a cow that was very pretty. Yes. Oh my God, this guy's unbelievable, isn't he? Unfucking believable.
people from the schools I went to, and my parents don't really have connections. I always hoped that being a banker's son from rural PA would get me further, but on the national scale, it doesn't matter at all. It's completely irrelevant. And my parents lived by themselves in the woods, and growing up, the thing I thought about the most was the forest. It's just trees everywhere in every direction.
Right, chat. We're like 38 minutes through the story.
And that always got to me. And I'd spent.
I kind of want to look and see.
I was shocked that it went on forever, and it was.
I'm curious what kind of comments. Santa literally has a list from me, which includes 6-hour YouTube autobiography of the What If Alt Hiss guy. Nailed it, Nick. Wait, Nick. I thought his name was Rudyard. I feel like I'm listening to Dr. Evil. Oh my god, Rudyard's dad lore must be gold. Rudyard has fantastic subscribers. The vast majority relate to him. Post great comments, makes me feel great about humanity. I've enjoyed What If Oddest. Oh. Of all the things to make fun of him for. Showing off his power level here. Looking forward to part 2. Rudyard lore was the last thing I expected for X Max. Thank you for sharing, man. I don't always agree with you, but you have an intriguing mind. Yes, he does. Father sounds like an amazing guy. I mean, it's not. There's a few people making fun of him, having a go at him with the Dr. Evil comment. It really is very very similar.
It was so beautiful.
He's kind of almost got like the Dr. Evil like way of speaking too.
With all the animals and the grass and the creeks and stuff. That area of the country is super beautiful. It looks a lot like the Shire, and this English rural
Sylvie, thank you for becoming a member.
Ideal, but it's more wooded. And I just thought the world was an empty place growing up because we didn't even go to Philly that much. And so I just remember seeing infinite trees. Both of my parents nearly died before I turned 6. My dad was from mercury poisoning. We spoke about that before. And my mom was kicked in the head by a horse. And I just assumed my mom was dead for the next 2 days. And she was brain dead. And I still remember the air siren going off as the ambulance came to get my mom. My sister, Valentine, and I were hiding under the kitchen aisle when the policeman said, "Hey, kids." And my sister and I would joke about that for years. That's such a short thing to say to kids who just thought their mom died. My mom, after she nearly died, said that she had visited God. She said that God had forced her to come back to help people. This resulted in her immediately divorcing my father. My mom wanted us to all sleep in the same bed as a family, and my dad refused. I ran out of the bed, and then my dad spanked me. My mom then took my sister and me out of school and took me away from my dad's custody. My parents put me in this French language school in Philadelphia for stupid reasons I still don't understand. My dad was terrified of my mom divorcing him, and so he was leading her on that we could move to France as a family, which was never actually an option, and so I was held hostage in this French language situation. And I was very resentful because I was forced to learn classes in a language I did not know, that no one explained to me. So I had to learn French on the fly. And I was so resentful because the commute was 1 hour each way. We were going from rural Pennsylvania to Philly for my school commute. So when I was 5 and 6, I was commuting 2 hours a day. And I would count every single day until I was out of school, and I had a tick because I saw school as slavery, and I watched the Ben-Hur scene as a child, and I empathized with the galley slaves, where I felt like I was like them. After my mom took my sister, she claimed that she took my sister and me. She claimed that my dad was an alcoholic who was beating her and my sister and me. There's literally no evidence for this at all, and my father physically couldn't even drink at the time due to...
I love that he is making the assumption that his mom was lying.
Him having
So
gout.
cavalierly.
And the worst he ever did was he spanked me twice. However, My mom is a literal schizophrenic that has different internal monologues which conflict with the other. She had no evidence at all for the claim and is mentally ill. She passed the Chester County test for not being mentally ill. And if my mom doesn't score mentally ill on a test, your test's broken.
Your test sucks.
On top of that,
What the fuck?
my mom really spiraled with getting kicked in the head by a horse. She had issues beforehand, and then it became magnified. And her entire life since that has been a downward spiral towards greater and greater madness as she loses touch with the world. And
But my dad with mercury poisoning is fine.
Mom played the courts incredibly intelligently. It was basically an incentive structure thing where with the criticism, they were incentivized to accept the criticism because if there was any chance
He's like divorced dad by... He's like vicariously a divorced dad.
dad was beating my mom and me, their career was over. So they sided with my mom out of their own basal self-interest. And the court gave my mom full custody of me and my sister for years, and my dad was only able to see us a few hours in guided visitation. And my mom took 2/3 of my dad's money. I would like to restate, my father
Wait, is it really called guided visitation?
by all accounts. He's an admirable man as a citizen
guided
and as
meditation?
an adult. I sided with my dad against my mom, and my sister sided with my mom, but it didn't matter. The court system sided with my mom. My mom said that God had told her the best way she could help human history was by torturing me. She said she did this since she loved me, and God told her that the more she tortured me, the more vastly disproportionate the impact on human history would be in a positive way. My mom abused...
You're saying that this channel is your mom's fault?
...abused me in ways I can't even put into words. I left my childhood feeling completely numb and just dead. My mom believed she would have an enormous breakthrough in the field of agriculture, in which modern agriculture was destroying the innate living biosphere. And she believed that by torturing me, she brought this fate closer. My mom started out as a sort of socialist and communist who believed that there was going to be a revolution against the rich. And then she went through a Wicca phase, a Christian fundamentalist phase, and by the time I graduated high school, she was a far-right borderline fascist. She wanted America to be a WASP ethno-state where she believed the Jews, the banks, and the Catholics were destroying America. My life was a complete nightmare. My mom moved me and my sister 13 times before I turned age 15. And I was never able to get any stability. I started to see my life as trench warfare. Whenever I had a free moment, I would dig myself in for the next barrage. My family had money, but my mom was so financially irresponsible that she would constantly sue my father for more money before spending it on stupid stuff. My mom, my sister, and I lived in a one-room log cabin for 6 months while my mom tried to get more money. My mom would make moonshine and ran a brewery as her job in the garage. My father did something quite heroic here. He realized that my mom was crazy, and he spent 6 years fighting my mom in court for custody of me. He realized that if he didn't do this, his children would just be lost forever. The sanity, safety, and stability my father provided me is the thing that kept me alive. I would 100% have killed myself if he wasn't there. And he was finally able to get 1/3 custody of me and my sister. The Chester County court system gave the nickname that the Lynch family were the people who would never surrender an inch on anything. My parents literally threatened to sue each other over half-an-hour time frames of custody in single days of determining what custody I got would become hostage negotiations for me. My parents viewed every concession they would give the other as an insult to their own honor that they had to fight to the death over. I learned to shut up since the courts clearly didn't care about anything I was saying, and I knew what game they were playing, in that I knew they were trying to get evidence to support my mom because it was the easier choice. And I dealt with like about half a dozen different social workers in order to assess custody, and none of them knew what was happening. And for multiple of the social workers, I just realized the game and I refused to speak. There was a guy called D'Amico who was a social worker who I declared war on him.
You're gonna dox him too?
For the entire hour session because he was trying to pull concessions out of me to make a story that my dad was the bad guy. At least that's what I remember. I once told the judge, "Are you deaf?" Since past a certain point, I knew nothing I said mattered. I was an insanely aggressive kid. I literally would play strategy games for 4 hours a day. They became my entire life.
I don't know if he means
games like
video
Age of Mythology,
Okay.
Age of Empires.
Yeah, Age of Empires. I called it.
Total War or Battle for Middle Earth, just to name a few. Stronghold Legends is great too. And my mom had a rule that I could only play video games for 1 hour a day, but I broke that because my commute was 2 hours, so I played video games in those 2 hours. And my dad would subsidize and buy video games for me and let me play them as much as possible. And I think playing that many video games when I was in a traumatic experience was so good for me in that it wired my brain in a lot of useful ways we'll see later in this video. And
all right. Look, and with that, like the closest thing that we're going to get to a natural break in this video, I must bid you adieu, chat. It is, 1:15 my time, possibly way later for you, and I'm supposed to be streaming tomorrow too. So sorry we're going to cut it a little short. I gave you 45 minutes of What If Alt Hiss. There is still plenty more of this video, still plenty more of the story, so no doubt we'll continue this at another time. I was playing Age of Empires when I was a baby. Lol. Kids not allowed in court. Don't know about that, Road. You're ending on a cliffhanger. That's what we're gonna have to do because I gotta get to sleep. Let's see. What should I do? I should. Let's read into political punk. Anybody like political punk? I've never watched one of their videos, but the thumbnails and titles look good. I don't know, chat. Hopefully I'm not rating you into, hopefully I'm rating you into a good place. And again, I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to talk about Novara Media. I'm a little bit scared about that because I know that some people, look, I get people unsubscribing to me when I cover the Young Turks, right? I don't know how much of that is they're tired of the story because the story does drag on. Jink and Anna keep on saying fucked up shit and I keep on having to cover it. Or if it's people that are like, you know, I like the Young Turks. I don't like what you're telling me. I can't tell, but sure, I'm gonna get more of that from the Navarra thing, but I've gotta cover it. So you'll be back again tomorrow. We'll talk about how Navarra Media may be going the way of TYT. And I'll ask you and ask myself if I think that they're as far gone as Jink and Anna. Cavernacle's done a video on this. I expect that more people will be doing videos on this. So we're going to take a look at a conversation between a Novara live conversation with, let's see, Ash, Michael. Who is the other guy? I can't remember the other guy's name. But yeah, make sure to follow if you're not already. Sub to my channel if you're not already. And leave a like on your way out because it helps me out a lot. And yeah, I'll... sorry for being gone for so long. It was just me being neurotic about the fact that I had my biggest stream ever on, recently and just could not figure out how to, I was like, how do I follow that up? But it's like, you just follow it up and you're not going to have as high numbers as you did on that stream, but it's okay. It's okay. So I got to be less neurotic. You got kicked out again. Yeah, it's because I took, wait, did it already raid? That raided fast. Wait, what the fuck? Really? 20 of you got raided in. Let's listen to what political punk is saying.
What she said there. Okay, and she wants us to believe that she's a libertarian voting for Trump, okay? But she said, we're going to listen to it again. She said she believes women should have a right to bodily autonomy and men should not make that decision, but
Okay, so sounds like good stuff from Political Punk. I'm not sure. Maybe he's dual streaming and doesn't see the raid. But either way, much love, and I will see you all again tomorrow. Tell me you follow the Eleanor Roosevelt rule to focus on the message and not the messenger, and that means speaking up when a beloved messenger is giving unhelpful. I mean, that does seem to apply. That does seem to apply. And like the biggest thing is I just don't want like media apparatuses that have made their name and their money off of the backs of progressive audience pivoting in the moment of need and taking that in a more conservative direction. So, I mean, that seems to be what we're seeing with TYT. I suspect that maybe Navarra is a less pronounced version of this. So maybe TYT 2.0, not quite. Maybe it's like TYT 1.7 or something. You know what I'm saying? Not quite 2.0, but you know, but either way, it's worse than I thought. Right? Like all I'd seen so far was one interview with Anna Kasparian that was a little bit off. Now we're gonna see that it's not just Michael. It's not just Michael that's pivoting. So yeah, look for that tomorrow, and I will see you then. Much love, everyone.